Welcome to the Charles County Board of Education meeting for March 9th, 2021. This meeting is called to order. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Dr. Hill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Next week marks 1 year since we closed our schools due to the growing concern over the spread of COVID-19. Many children have thrived in our virtual classrooms. However, it's clear that many other students did not. Later today, Deputy Superintendent Amy Holstein will present how the school system will provide additional programs over the next 3 years to address student learning needs. We're ready to welcome Phase 2 children back to in-person instruction on March 22nd. We appreciate the work of our administrators, teachers, and support staff to ensure a safe return to in-person instruction, and we are excited to have children coming back to our school buildings. Last week, the State Board of Education voted to waive state assessments for all students this school year. The vote moves the Math and English Language Arts assessment to the fall of 2021. This is great news for our students and our teachers, and we appreciate the state superintendent and the state board for making this decision in the best interests of children. Assistant Superintendent Mike Heim and his team are ready to share the progress of the renovation and expansion of Eva Turner Elementary School and Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. Construction at Eva Turner will be complete before the opening of the 2021-2022 school year. As a part of the renovation at both Stoddard and Turner, we will be providing additional student capacity. The supporting services team is closely monitoring proposed new housing developments around the county and the anticipated enrollment growth that comes with residential development. CCPS is planning for the potential simultaneous construction of a new elementary and new middle school to meet increases in enrollment. This possibility would require significant local funding, which is why we are working with our county partners to ensure adequate school seats to accommodate residential growth. CCPS is not against development as long as the county provides the resources for high-quality learning environments for children who are here and those who will come to Charles County to take advantage of new homes and excellent schools. With residential development, we not only have to consider the cost of new school buildings, we also have to budget for additional staff. For example, when we opened Billingsley Elementary, we added 57.6 new positions at a recurring cost of $3.7 million. These new positions were in addition to 25 staff positions that were transferred to the new Billingsley Elementary School. This school year, Billingsley has 72.8 staff members at a price of about $6 million, which includes salary and benefits. An average middle school in Charles County serves between 800 and 900 students. At Stoddard, currently 97 staff members serve a student enrollment of about 815 students, which is an annual recurring operating cost of $7.8 million. Any new middle school would require a similar investment in staff members. Next week, staff will be sending out a survey to parents, staff, and students about our School Resource Officer program, which is a partnership with the Charles County Sheriff's Office. We are also planning a town hall on March 29th to present the benefits of having SROs in our schools. The town hall will start at 5 p.m. and include an opportunity for public input. Next Saturday, the virtual History, Industry, Technology, and Science, or HITS Expo, awards program will be available on our website. This year's awards program will be a digital presentation that includes history and science fair competition information and the announcement of the winning entries. Links to the awards program booklet will be available for the public to view and download. The digital presentation will be available on our website, ccboe.com, on Saturday, March 13th at 10 a.m. I'd like to congratulate Bethany Thornton, the school librarian at Billingsley Elementary School, and Frank Holliday, the welding teacher at North Point High School, for their recent state recognitions. The state has honored Thornton with the Velma Clark Excellence in Teaching About Agriculture Award. The award recognizes educators who demonstrate a commitment to teaching students about the importance of agriculture. The Maryland Career and Technical Administrators Association recently announced Holliday as the 2021 Maryland Association for Career and Technical Education New Teacher of the Year. The award recognizes new career and technical education teachers who make significant contributions to CTE programs. Congratulations and thank you to these and all of our instructional employees who have worked so hard to engage students virtually throughout this school year. And as always, board members, thank you for your support of teaching and learning in Charles County.
Next, we will hear correspondence from board members. Board members, any correspondence? Ms. Brown?
I did attend the Equity Virtual Symposium, and one thing I have to say is one of the speakers was excellent. He told all about his life and how he started and how he ended up going to college and how he's now motivating other people. So I just thought that was really great. Love to see him come here.
Anyone else? Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I just want to thank our Charles County Health Department and all the teachers and staff and administrators that came out and took advantage of being able to get the vaccine, and the health department did a fantastic job. And a couple of those days it was pretty cold and they had people out there directing traffic. But just want to thank them and thank all our staff in the school system, and all the emails that were sent to all of us, and I've endeavored to answer them all, and I still have a few to do, but believe me, I will get to it. And I think I speak for the rest of the board in just saying thank you to everybody in working together so that we can get staff and kids back into the schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Anyone else? Mrs. McGraw?
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to give an update on the superintendent search. The application became available online on Friday, March the 5th. The ad was placed in multiple national publications such as Education Week, the American Association of School Administrators, the National Alliance of Black School Administrators, the National Association of School Boards, and the Maryland Association of School Boards. The ad and the application can be accessed through the CCPS website, and the closing date for applications is April the 12th. So we're very looking forward to being able to get on with the process. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well, I'd like to share with the public, the Zoom is where it happens. And what I'm referring to is our all thespian troupe performances. There was a YouTube video that was put together that had 20 amazing performances, and I thought it was very nicely done and very innovative, and it reinforces how talented our students are. So I would like to thank the theater teachers out there that reached out to us to invite us. As the phrase goes, the show must go on, and they did it virtually. So congratulations to all of the performers and theater arts teachers. I did get a chance to participate in at least one walkthrough over at William Diggs with Mr. Heim and Mr. Stoddert, and as always, they put out very important information. My board members know that I testified before the Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Subcommittee of the State Senate in opposition to Senate Bill 749, and that was very interesting to participate in. I also want to share with the public that the leadership of the Charles County Public Schools, to include board members, as well as the superintendent, deputy superintendent, assistant superintendents, participated in an extensive implicit bias training. And I must say that this training took place over several weeks. I thought it was great training, and it also thought that it showed a commitment that we as a system, the leadership, is committed in dealing with the issue of implicit bias. And I just wanted to thank the staff for putting this together. It was good training. It was not check-the-box training. The discussions, it often made us feel uncomfortable, but it was realistic, and it shows that we're committed and dedicated to equity. So hats off to all. I also want to reinforce what Dr. Hill pointed out, the North Point teacher, the Welling teacher, Frank Holliday. It's always worthwhile saying our teachers' names over and over, especially when we had the opportunity to celebrate their success. And as Dr. Hill mentioned, there was a Bethany Thornton who got state recognition, and so we just want to congratulate them on a job well done. I'm going to ask at some point, Dr. Hill, that someone from the staff repeat the dates of March 17th and March 27th, because there is an early childhood parenting classes that's being put on, and I think it's important that the public have a little bit of insight. Parenting classes, I think, is also beneficial and helpful, especially at the younger ages. I also like to congratulate Dr. Higdon for being one of 6 schools in the nation for being the winner for the Beanstalk 2021 Winter Reading Challenge. And congratulations to the school librarians, and oftentimes our school librarians, we don't get to recognize them, but I wanted to recognize Jacob Girding. I want to say his name again, Jacob Girding, because often that is a career field in our school system that does not get recognized. And so that concludes my correspondence. Is there any alibis? Having heard none, next we will have Miss Linda McLaughlin, President of the EACCC. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda McLaughlin, and I am the President of the Education Association of Charles County. On Friday, February 12th, after the last Board of Education meeting, the Maryland Senate voted 31-16 to override the governor's veto of the blueprint for Maryland's future. The House of Delegates had already voted to override the veto. This courageous act of our state legislature will allow much-needed resources to come to our schools. I'm excited about the resources from the blueprint coming to Charles County because it will help us address achievement and performance gaps and provide more equitable opportunities for all students. It will also provide more funding and support for special education, more funding and support for mental health, and greater early intervention for struggling learners. The blueprint also focuses on more career and technical education to prepare our students for high-paying jobs, and more time for planning, support, and collaboration for educators. It's a huge win. As CCPS prepares for the beginning of Phase 2 on March 22nd, I appreciate that the health and safety of our staff and students is a top priority. I would like to thank Dr. Hill again for collaborating with the ACC on providing HVAC question and answer and safety walkthroughs. Last month, I gave a shout out to Mr. Heim and Mr. Stoddard for their diligence in providing these opportunities. Not only did these gentlemen provide well over 30 walkthroughs, but they also provided follow-up visits to buildings as needed. It was a monumental task, and it helped our staff feel reassured. At each building, information was shared and concerns were discussed. If there was a specific area of concern, the whole group walked there and investigated. I would like to point out that Charles County is the only, I would like to say that again, the only district where walkthroughs such as these have taken place. In other jurisdictions, walkthroughs were requested and denied. In other school systems, the walkthroughs were at one elementary school, one middle, and one high school, and did not address specific school building concerns. Thank you. It was time and effort well spent. I also appreciate Dr. Hill, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Brown, who joined us at some of the walkthroughs. We are thrilled that last week the Maryland State Board of Education decided to reduce standardized testing in addition to suspending the administration of the MCAP test in the spring. We know that what our students need right now is instructional time, not a standardized test. We need time with our students to address social emotional needs and address the trauma that they have dealt with because of the pandemic. We also hope that Maryland will investigate further waivers for additional reductions in standardized testing under these extraordinary circumstances. EACC has recently finished its spring elections. Our new EACC president will be Sean Heil. Leslie Schreck was re-elected as our EACC treasurer for a second term. Our new Unit 2 member on the EACC Executive Board will be Nancy Seifert, who has big shoes to fill as she follows Principal Mary Finneran, who was the first Unit 2 member to fill that position on the Exec Board. Our 3 newly elected Executive Board members at large are Cameron Ashbaugh, Denise Pratt, who's returning for her second term, and Linda Shackelford. 46% of our membership participated in our elections, which is an amazing turnout. Congratulations to our new officers who will take office as of July 1st, 2021. The Maryland General Assembly session is in full swing. EACC is watching certain bills with great interest. We support House Bill 1322, sponsored by Delegate Alonzo Washington. This bill protects school employees related to health and work issues linked to in-person instruction. Educators should not fear retaliation, have their requests for accommodations ignored, or have to choose between their work and their health. We support House Bill 1199, sponsored by Delegate Valderrama. This bill is related to presumption coverage for educators with a COVID-19 diagnosis. Educators should be guaranteed workers' compensation benefits if they suffer from COVID-19. We are also in favor of House Bill 140, sponsored by Delegate Acevero, with amendments. This bill establishes the Commission on History, Culture, and Civics in Education to make recommendations to the State Board of Education for curriculum updates. EACC and CCPS negotiations are well underway. This year, the full contract is open, so there is a lot to discuss. We are continuing to collaborate and work with CCPS to get the best possible contract for everyone. March is Read Across America Month. So, in closing, here is a COVID version of a Seussian rhyme. It's been a whole year, how time flies. Our schools continue to pop. Though the buildings were closed, education never did stop. Phase 2 groups come back first, then more in April too. Don't worry, we educators know what to do. Wash your hands, wear your mask, stay 6 feet from your foe and your friend. From the time that you get there till the school day's full end. Just remember to avoid cooties and COVID's particular ick. Limit your exposures to others and don't come to school sick. Hybrid teaching, well, we'll see. It's a gargantuan task, but we'll rise to the occasion because that's what educators do, all while wearing a mask. Thank you. Take care and stay safe.
Thank you, Mrs. McLaughlin. Mrs. Birch.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Birch. I am president of ASME Local 2981. Since September, Local 2981 has added 8 new members. This may not seem like a large number, but last year it was 3. I appreciate the use of Zoom. It has allowed ASME to have the members attend monthly meetings. Zoom has greatly helped with members' busy schedules. In March's monthly meetings, we covered some ASME benefits. ASME provides free college for members after a 6-month probationary period, and they have new family hearing benefits. It was announced that there was going to be a MAG meeting on March 18th. It was wonderful to have 30 members participating with wonderful discussions and questions asked. Some I could answer, some I had to get back to them. Two of the goals I had set when I became president were to increase membership and to increase attendance to the monthly meeting so we can get our message out. It has been a year since the pandemic happened. All of the previous questions that had been asked before were out the window. New questions, new problems, no history to pull from. Has anyone here experienced a different Charles County? Charles County Board of Education fed the children, did exceptional cleaning, prepared computers for telework and virtual learning. Instructional assistants did both teleworking and virtual learning. Secretaries prepared schools with one goal, to have the students back in school. We will all have different jobs, but whatever it takes, we are a family working together to accomplish our goal, our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Birch. Next up will be our student board member, Ian Hurd.
Good evening. I wanted to begin my report today by thanking Senator Ellis and Delegate Patterson for their emphasis on youth engagement in our community. I had the honor to testify in support of Senate Bill 749 before the Senate Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs Committee. With me testified Tanae Kidd, President of the Charles County Association of Student Councils, and Malachi Macon, a former student member from Frederick County. It was amazing to see the outpouring of support for student member voting rights, not just from students, but from adult speakers and even members of our community. I am confident that student member voting rights has the potential to increase youth engagement and involve our students, our future, in their government for decades to come. Another great event I was able to attend was the Charles County NAACP Youth Council's Trailblazer event. The youth who showed up and their adult allies were nothing short of extraordinary. Their passion, their bright futures ahead, and their commitment to bettering our community was overwhelming to see. If you're looking for the future of Charles County, look no further. I am confident that the amazing youth involved with the NAACP Youth Council will continue to serve our community and better our county in the process. I also wanted to address comments I have heard from members of this board in increasing frequency. It has been demonstrated time and time again that when students attempt to engage in a respectful discussion on their role in education, they are dismissed with comments including, but not limited to, lack of maturity, inability to handle responsibility, and inability to handle criticism. I trust in our students to continue to show that they are mature, they are responsible, and they are more than capable of being entrusted with an increased responsibility and role in our education system. We cannot, as a society, absolve our students of any responsibility when they're 17 years and 364 days old, and then entrust them with a vote and countless other adult decisions a day later. Our students are our future, and their opinions are valuable, pertinent, and informed well before they become a legal-aged adult at 18 years. I wanted to thank Chairman Wilson for including the Student Voices on Committee's resolution on today's agenda. I'm excited to explore the option of including our students in more facets of this deliberative body's decision-making. I hope that the board will recognize the immense value in the perspectives our students have to offer and take this instrumental step in including all our stakeholders. I have heard an immense amount of feedback from my fellow students about the future of senior festivities. I implore the board and CCPS staff to begin planning for senior festivities now, and if planning has already started, to make the process public and allow for community input. Graduating from high school is the pinnacle of academic achievement for these students who have put in the vast majority of their lives, over a decade, into our school system. For some, this will be the only opportunity they ever have to walk across the stage in a cap and gown for their academic achievements. I cannot stress enough the importance of being proactive with regard to these senior festivities. No matter the decisions made, making them ahead of time will provide necessary assurances to our seniors and their families. Next, I wanted to thank Commissioner President Collins for hosting a youth community conversation to discuss how our county can allocate its resources to best serve our youth. As a panelist, it was refreshing to hear community leaders on the call focus on problem solving and solutions to youth issues rather than the issues themselves. I encourage the community to join in on these great discussions at Commissioner President Collins' upcoming youth forum on Tuesday, March 30th at 6:30 p.m. Finally, I wanted to thank Mr. Mallard from Camp for Kids for attending the February 25th SMOB Advisory Council meeting. It is great to see so much support for our youth from our community. In addition to connecting students to the opportunities Camp for Kids has to offer, the council was able to discuss several hot topic youth issues like reopening, senior festivities, and SROs. I want to reiterate to the public that any student can join these advisory council meetings at any time. Our next meeting is Thursday, March 25th at 5 p.m. over Zoom. Interested students and community members can find the meeting information at events.ccboesmob.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Next up is Ms. Holstein.
I'm going to go back and forth since I have such a big team today. Okay, good afternoon. With me at the table to start is Megan Hungerford, Director of Elementary Education, and Melissa Mizowitz, Director of Secondary Education. And I have to tell you that I am so thrilled to be presenting about teaching and learning. It seems like it's been a long time that we've been in front of you to share programs and exciting initiatives, and we have grant money now that we hope are going to open doors that we have been trying to open for a long time and address some of the achievement gaps and mental health issues that have occurred during the COVID closures. So today we'll be sharing all of the tentative plans for the next 3 years. And we want to stress that this is a 3-year grant opportunity, and we really need to plan for a full 3-year implementation because the research has been very clear showing that one summer will not address the major needs of our students and that it just won't be enough to close some of the instructional gaps that we're seeing. So as they present today, it's hard to predict 3 years in the future, but we have a good idea of what our students will need for the next 3 years. So they will be sharing that. Also, a key part of the presentation today is there's a diagnostic section for our summer boost programs. We want to make sure that we are getting good instructional information at the beginning of a program and the same instructional information at the end of the program, and they will share with you the procedure that we have in place so that that information can then be shared with the upcoming teacher. So even as excited as we are to welcome our Phase 2 students back in a couple weeks, even after April 19th, we will be opening in the hybrid model, and students will only be attending those that have selected in-person instruction, as you know, 2 days a week. We're still hoping that that virtual component will be able to provide critical and instruction that is just as meaningful as the in-person instruction. But we know that even with students coming back, we still are not back to our normal practice. So we also took that into account, that this really is going to be more than a year that instruction has been impacted for students. And that's also why we added the mental health piece. And Dr. Blanchard will be here today to share what we have in store for some of the mental health initiatives. I do want to say that what we're presenting today is tentative. All of these plans are contingent on how many adults are willing to work this summer. They've had a tough year, and some folks really just are saying that it's not the money, and it's not necessarily how long the program is or the components of the program. Some of our teachers, they just need a break. So we are struggling filling the personnel side, so we may have to make some adjustments if we don't have enough staff. I will say, though, that our instructional assistants have been unbelievable, the amount of response that we've received from instructional assistants who want to work this summer. So what we're presenting is tentative. The grant is not due until the end of April, so we will have to make some adjustments for our final plan. And I will turn it over to my wonderful team.
Okay, so we are going to start talking about the extended learning opportunities with the understanding, as Amy said, that the summer programs are just really the launch of this 3-year mission, which is what we consider it. So we're going to talk about the different summer programs that we're going to offer and how that's going to roll into our school year offerings. And we're also going to talk about the really critical need to make sure that as we progress along these 3 years, it's a seamless transition from extended learning in the summer to if extended learning has to happen in the school year, and how that all is woven into the instructional fabric of everyday teaching and learning, so that it's all one composite program. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the Summer Boost. The Summer Boost is a program we have not hosted before and haven't hosted anything like this in really quite a few years. So at the elementary level, it's our current pre-K through grade 4 students, so they would be rising K to 5, at 8 different elementary sites. And for secondary, it's our current 5th to 8th, so our rising 6th to 9th, and that will be offered at the 7 high schools. The focus is going to be on reading and math, particularly the foundational skills that students really need in order to achieve in the future. We are aiming for in-person instruction. We are going to try and do everything we can to make it in person. We feel that is most valuable and needed at this time, especially for the students that we would like to include, and we'll get into a little bit of that later. Right now we're planning for 6 weeks, 4 days a week, and that would be about 4 hours a day. And within that, we do have reading and math, but we do have some other components built in. We have a small social emotional time built in, a physical activity built in, and that would just be a little bit of time each day. Even though it's clustered at different sites, students from all of our schools will be invited to attend. So it doesn't mean if it's not being held at that elementary school, students are not included. And we're going to provide transportation and breakfast and lunch for all our students, so that there's no barrier for anybody who we invite to not be able to attend.
So we'll also be providing summer school services again this year. All summer school options will be virtual. We'll be providing both original credit courses, as we have done in the past, for English 3 and 4, Fitness for Life and Health, and Personal Financial Literacy. Original credit courses will be run through our Steedham Educational Center, so parents can sign up through the Steedham Center, but again, all courses will be virtual. Makeup courses, something a little bit different this year, will then be run by every high school and middle school. So we anticipate with the struggles that students have had this year, that there will be an increased need for summer school services this year. So each school site, middle school and high school site, will be running their own summer school program with their own group of teachers. They'll be creating their own schedule and offering their own summer school at their own site. So again, all courses will be virtual, and you can see the list of courses that will be offered in middle school and high school. All courses will be free. All makeup courses will be free for students. And then we'll have internet cafes at all of the high schools for any students that struggle with connectivity as well. They can jump on the bus that are being provided for the students attending the summer boost and come to the internet cafe. So, like I said, makeup courses will be facilitated by the teachers at each of those middle schools and high schools. Original credit will run through STEDM. And the dates are typical to the dates for summer school in years past. So they'll start on July 6th and they'll run through August 6th. That will be the graduation date, Friday, August 6th. 23 days total. They'll be using the APEX program, which is what we used last year for summer school, and you're probably familiar hearing about APEX. That's what we used in the spring. The makeup courses will be half hour, so 30-minute synchronous sessions with their teachers, Monday through Thursday. Original credit courses will be 1 hour synchronous sessions with their teachers. And then Fridays are available for asynchronous work for students.
For special education, we are going to be offering 3 different types of programs this summer. The first, of course, is going to be part of the Summer Boost program. The difference will be that we will have some pre-K students attending, all the way up through our 21-year-olds, including our Adult Independence program students. The students selected for this part of the summer programming will be recommended by the special education teachers using some of the following criteria. We're looking at students who may have opted out of synchronous instruction during this school year. We're looking at students who have limited access to technology and have continued to have some limited access. Students with excessive absences during the distance learning, and students who have made minimal progress on IEP goals and objectives during the virtual instruction, and that would be including related services. And the focus of this will be on IEP goals and objectives, along with implementation of reading and math interventions, some very intensive implementation of that. This next bullet really should go down underneath extended school year services. This is determined by the IEP team, and this is something that the IEP team determines on an annual basis. And it looks at maintenance of skills, not progress. So typically, students who might qualify for our extended school year services are those students who are at a breakthrough level on a specific critical life skill, or who may have shown regression in skill acquisition due to lack of instruction, typically over Christmas break, over the holiday break, or over spring break. The last part is compensatory services, and those are determined by the IEP team. Students who require compensatory services are those that the IEP team has determined they have not received a free appropriate public education during the school year. And those services are very individualized, and they are dependent upon data and looking at where students should be as compared to where they are currently. The extended learning opportunities, and as Mrs. Holstein said earlier, this is a long-term program also for special education students. Students with disabilities will be offered extended school year extended learning opportunities throughout the school year for 21-22. They will also be offered, again, the summer programming that I just went over in the summer of 22, and again, the extended learning opportunities during the school year 22-23.
With all that going on, we have additional opportunities for our students. At the Elementary Boost programs, we're going to have an immigrant EL extension program. That's going to be 2 additional hours of services provided by staff trained in providing ESOL services. And that's going to be language immersion, vocabulary, and those kinds of things that students really need and desperately missed while they were not face-to-face. We were able to expand some of our early childhood programs this year. So as Arden said, at some sites we're also going to have children going into pre-kindergarten. That's from the Judy Center. Those students going into pre-K and K, what they most need is to learn to school because they have not been in a school building. And just to be able to be in that environment and understand what it's like to be with a group of more than your immediate family will be a big component of that program. And then we have some enrichment opportunities. Our Advanced Placement Boot Camp, which is kind of a program to reinforce skills and get the students ready for their advanced placement classes. 5A Boot Camp, that stands for 5th grade accelerated math. Again, those students that are going into 6th grade accelerated math, they're going to be front-loaded with those skills, so we're setting them up for success. And our summer enrichment camps. And all of these opportunities in previous years, we would have had to charge a fee for people to attend to cover our costs as a system. But we're able to provide this now through the grant funding because even though we have certain groups that have been disproportionately affected, we know that everyone has been affected in some way, and we wanted to provide those opportunities. And one of the reasons we can do this is because we are braiding funding with a number of different grants. Mrs. Holstein is a wonderful leader, and when the word grant comes out, we all run like crazy people, and we really do. So the ESSER grant will, of course, cover the vast majority of this, but we have a pre-K enhancement grant, the Judy Center funding, which is a grant through the state, the immigrant EL grant, and Title I also. And all of these different grant opportunities will be coming together to help us fund this program. We talked a little bit earlier about how this was not a one-shot deal for the summer. So this graphic, I hope, can help you see how this is going to flow throughout the next 3 years. We're going to start this spring identifying students to invite to the summer boost and the other programs, special ed, etc. The criteria is going to be the universal screener that we are going to be procuring, along with other criteria that Arden mentioned. Students that had disconnectivity, students that had not as great attendance as we would have wanted, and also teacher input. If there's just a student that has a real struggle and we want them back into our classrooms. At the end of the program, we're going to run some more assessments, not time-consuming, and we are going to capture a profile of the students, what their strengths were in the programs, what their needs still are. And our staff that are teaching them are actually going to fill out a profile sheet for each student. That is going to be forwarded to the receiving school and teachers and administrators for their next year. They're then going to have that sheet along with all the other data in order to map out what the program will be for those students moving forward, for the extended learning and what is needed within and beyond the classroom instructionally. And the screener that we're hoping to purchase is one that we can give at intermediate times throughout the year so we can continue to track what growth is occurring and where we need to change, or who is really moving along and they might not need so much anymore. We hope to see a lot of that. And that cycle will continue, so that next spring, we'll be doing the same thing, reevaluating the growth we had, if the services need to continue for that child, if other children need to be woven in, if we need to readjust what programs we're providing, because now a lot of our deficits have been made up and now we have to notch it up a bit. And that cycle will continue. The critical piece here is that we're going to have a universal screener that's going to be used consistently, and the materials and resources we're using throughout the summer programs and the extended learning opportunities throughout the school year merge seamlessly because they're the same programs. So if a student finishes LLI on a level 2.4, when they return to school, that school knows that they're ready to start on 2.4 and move on to 2.5. It's not like we're reinventing everything from one year or one program to another. Everything will run seamlessly. You'll notice when we talk about the resources that we're purchasing, right now we have a good idea, but we're not going to guarantee that we're doing any of those till we're 100% sure that's what we want, because we don't want to commit to something that's not going to fulfill our needs. So, Melissa's going to talk to you a little bit about the diagnostic tools. I'll keep going. Okay, so what we're using, we're looking at iReady, and that is a program that is a K-12 diagnostic assessment. It can be given multiple times throughout the school year. It measures and can report to us against a grade level proficiency. It can drill down to, if you want to focus on a specific set of standards in reading or math, that's what we're looking at right now. And we're actually meeting with them this week to ask a lot of questions. From that, we then drill down further, and I've listed for you a number of the different programs that we'll use to make sure that what the students are getting matches what they need. So for example, Haggerty is for students that have phonemic awareness and phonics issues. So that would be the program we would use with them. Time for Kids Writing is a reading and writing, more comprehension. That's what would be selected for those students. And you can see there's a variety of those. Some of those are programs we have used in the past, and we're just going to build what resources we have so we can deliver it more consistently across schools and levels. And then some of them are new programs that we're looking at. And then we've also built in mental health services. So
that's what I'm here to talk about. So if you've looked at the news on TV, if you read about it on the internet, you read about it in newspapers, you can know our students are under significant mental health stress. Our families are under a lot of stress as well. We are anticipating that our students will come back with a lot of needs, and so we're trying to anticipate what those needs are going to be and put some services into place to address that. So we've broken down over this 3-year time frame where we're anticipating the needs are going to be and how we're going to address that. The first piece is direct mental health services. Currently, we do have Tri-County Youth Services Bureau in all of our schools across the county, including high schools. Currently, our high school services are funded through 2 separate grants. Those grants are due to expire within the next year to year and a half. We would like to continue that same consistency in services over the 3 years by rolling it into the CARES Act funding. We would like to start developing, beginning this summer, a 3-year summer parent guardian support clinic. That would be an opportunity for parents to schedule an appointment, come in, meet with a mental health clinician. It's a one-time service. Talk about some of the needs that they may have, services that may be available in the community, ways to guide them through getting supports in the school and so on, and be able to offer that to them. We're also going to suggest offering some summer small group counseling that are targeted and specific around curriculum-based issues to help students adjust to coming back to school in the fall. In addition, we are looking at broadly some mental health screenings and programs. We've been talking about doing this for a while. It seems like the opportune time for us to be doing this. One of the programs is called Sources of Strength. We're suggesting it to be a pilot program at 1 elementary, 1 middle, and 1 high school beginning of next year. What Sources of Strength is it's a program that really was to identify students that may have experiences of suicide, as an example. But it's also broader than that. It's to target general mental health issues as well as build students' coping skills and abilities to address issues that they may be facing. An outside organization would come in, they would train certain adults in these particular targeted schools, who would then identify students in their schools who they would then work with, and those students then would start promoting different activities and options for students around mental health and coping skills in those individual buildings. The Signs of Suicide Middle and High School Prevention Program, Howard County is currently doing it as an example, and a number of larger districts in Virginia are also doing that. It's a program where you go into a classroom. It's about a half hour. They see a video. They have a Q&A with a counselor or school psychologist, and they take a screener form at the end. They identify if they're having concerns or issues, and then a mental health clinician would follow up with those individual students. We're also looking at some universal mental health screeners. We haven't decided which one we want to go with yet. The reason why I suggested mental health screening is outside of suicide, we just really need to see what the needs of our students are right now from a mental health perspective, both their concerns as well as our students have a lot of strengths and a lot of resiliency, and we want to identify those and build upon those. Our students, I've heard a lot about where students are struggling, but we also know that students during the pandemic have done some really amazing things too, and we want to try to highlight those and some of the skills that they have. In addition, we also know with the increasing mental health needs, we're going to have to provide some resources to the clinicians providing these supports. One of them is to increase our budget for buying testing equipment. We are anticipating an uptick in evaluations for IEPs as an example due to the amount of stress that students have been experiencing. So we're going to need to provide the resources to our clinicians to be able to do the testing necessary, as well as a staff resource library that would provide them curriculum tools as an example for counseling groups and so on.
Okay, so for the last two slides, we're going to give you a sense of how the money will be spent. We have always made the commitment in CCPS when we are given grant funds to be fiscally responsible, because it's very easy, because programs are expensive, to spend money on programs, but we believe that it's in our students' best interest to spend the bulk of the money on direct services. And that's how we're planning this 3-year grant. So you can see that extended learning direct services is almost $8 million of the grant. The staff positions, that's to pay our folks. We have to compensate our folks who are willing to provide these additional services both in the summer and during the school year. So that's about 3.6. And then we do need to have programs like the iReady screener that would like to implement. So we've set aside a little under $2 million. That may change a little bit, but if, listening to the news, there's going to be, as you all are well aware, a lot of money. And we don't want to waste $1 of the money that we're going to be given through grants. And therefore, sometimes when you have so much money, it becomes a little lost on how do you spend it all. So that's why I have this team back here. And on the last slide, I just had to take a moment to just show the collaboration between accountability and budget and finance, communications, food services, human services, maintenance and operations, school admin, student services, technology and transportation. Everyone has a hand in this. And we are going to do everything we can to combat the impact that it's had on our students due to the COVID closures. So, and I'm just really very proud of my team. They have taken the lead here and are working double time, just getting ready for hybrid instruction. But when these grants come due, they take a long time to write. And you really have to do a lot of research to make sure you're making the right decisions. And so they've all just done a phenomenal job. I'm so proud of them. So, thank you.
Questions? Ms. McGraw?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for this presentation, because it's very obvious you have not left any stone unturned in terms of reaching every child that needs to have help. I just wanted to ask some time frames. When you spoke about the summer boost and I think special ed, when what part of the summer were you looking at implementing these programs?
So we actually met this morning, looking to see how can we, if we don't have the number of teachers we need, how can we take it down a little bit and still meet the lofty goals that we have. So originally we were looking at starting the last week of June and going into the first week of August, but we're thinking that if we wait and just take it down 1 week and make it a 5-week program and start instead right after 4th of July, that maybe if we give teachers and staff a little bit of a 2-week break, that they might be more willing to teach in the summer. So that's the time frame that it'll be. It really will be heavy July, but we may change the beginning date a little bit just so that folks can close out the year and not start right into the next program. That our adults need to have some mental health breaks too.
I totally agree. And I also feel that if this is a boost, then the later that we do it, the more likely this will push our students right into the school year with a bit of a boost over those, that did not participate or did not need that. So I'm glad to hear you having that as a consideration. I hear the concern in your voices regarding being able to get teachers to participate, and I do understand why. This has been quite a year for everyone. Have you given any consideration at all to advertising outside of our county?
So that's next. We want to re-advertise with some of the small adjustments first, because we would really like to offer this to our staff first. Sure. If a teacher works the entire summer program with the original 6 weeks, they could earn about $5,000. Almost $5,000. Wow. In additional, compensation. But if we don't have enough staff, then we will look to advertise outside of the county. And we're also using this as a recruiting tool, because these folks have pretty much planned the program. So we could bring in new teachers and offer them the ability to kind of get their feet wet this summer, follow the plan, and make some money as they're relocating. So that'll be the next phase, is to offer it to new hires, but we know that there may be teachers that live in our county that work in other counties that would be willing to teach for us over the summer. So we will be reaching out to others. So, if the public knows of teachers that might be interested, just give HR a call.
Okay, good. Then I have one final comment. I was looking back in my notes to refresh my memory, but I thought it rang a bell when I heard you mention iReady. Mm-hmm. And I was part of a Zoom meeting with the State Board of Education President and Vice President, President Crawford and Vice President Halley a couple of weeks ago. And one of the topics the discussion was around assessment and the use of iReady. And when I go back to my notes, it said there's been some thought to use iReady as a substitute for state assessments. I don't know if that had filtered down or you'd heard that at all, but I wasn't sure whether or not I didn't know what it was. So I had mentioned to Dr. Hill, I'm not familiar with this, but are we using it? So I'm glad to see that this is something that we're investigating, because I do remember from that meeting that several districts across the state are using it already.
So, Ms. McGraw, this was not our idea. This was your idea.
Oh.
That was
Okay.
That was shared with Dr. Hill, who sent it to me, and we started doing some looking, and we were liking what we were seeing.
Okay.
So we've reached out to the representative, and they've had some initial meetings, and we're meeting, they're meeting tomorrow. So this was really coming from you.
Well, thank you for the lead. Little did I know. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lucas.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Thank you, Ms. Holstein, and everybody else. Just wanted to clarify, the funding you showed, that was for the entire 3 years?
Yes, sir.
And where's that coming from? What avenue? Do we get those grants?
So, Ms. Acton, these federal or state, the CARES?
The CARES funding is coming from federal through the state, so we have to
Okay, so it is corresponding. That was my next question. And do you have a rough idea of how many students would/should participate?
So I would love to answer, and at the next meeting I will, but our next job tomorrow is to go through all the applications, and we're going to see how many teachers we have, how many ways we can manipulate the staffing that we have, and then that will drive how many students we can invite. The only difference there is that you know that with special education through ESY, that's separate. That all we have to find staff to be able to provide those services. So the number of children will really be dependent on how many teachers that we have. We also talked about maybe increasing the class sizes a little bit, and because we have such great interest for our instructional assistants, put in an instructional assistant in each of the rooms so that there would be 2 adults. And in that way, we can invite more children, and we're also taking care of this group of folks that have just done a phenomenal job during the closure, and a lot of times we're the ones running the learning centers, and we want to be able to offer them the ability to earn some money this summer. So we may do that as well. So we are going to offer this to as many children as we can possibly offer it to with appropriate staffing. We're also not sure if families will all want to take advantage, because we have heard from families that really want their children to have a break this summer. It's been difficult on everyone, kind of get rejuvenated and be ready for the fall. So we're just not sure how many families will opt to attend, but we will invite as many as we can based on the staff that we have available.
And Ms. Acton, you may or may not know, so you said the CARES Act, but the recently passed COVID funding, that had, among other things, an educational component in it. Is there a chance that we would get more money?
Yeah, we don't have the information yet.
Okay.
But that, again, is when I said that we're going to have a lot of money.
Okay.
And so we will have this as our framework, and then as we get additional monies, we can just keep expanding. It was very important to us to also offer opportunities to highly able children. Mm-hmm. And so if I'm a Phase 4 student that comes in 2 days a week, or his family chose for them not to come in, maybe this summer, when folks are feeling safer, maybe they could take advantage of a few of these enrichment camps and get back into the building, and it's all going to be free.
Great.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize if I'm sitting kind of low to the ground. I was having some issues with my chair. Fix that when we go on break. Mr. Lucas actually asked a question that I was going to ask in regards to the grants. They're going to cover the full 3 years of this implementation. Yes, sir. Okay, so thank you. The one thing that really stands out to me that I really like, and it's because I know so many young parents that are experiencing this, the Summer Boost program for the pre-K to 4-year-olds. I have a feeling you're going to see a lot of interest in that. I, again, know many young families with young students that are struggling with basic fundamental reading skills strictly because of COVID and not having that interaction with teachers one-on-one. And I noticed that invitations to this program will be going out this spring. And I know it depends on a lot of things, but will there be any options for parents and students to sign up without an invitation if they feel this program would work for them?
It depends on how many of the students that are invited accept. So we won't give a seat, we won't just have a seat be empty. So if we have 20 available seats at a school and we've offered it to every student that we found eligible through the criteria, then we might go to a first come, first serve kind of thing. Okay. We just don't know yet what the interest will be.
I have
something?
I have a strong feeling you're going to see a large amount of interest in that, just my gut feeling, especially by the summer when people are more comfortable.
And we can include the details of this in our next board update, but what we also have that's supporting this is the Early Childhood and Pre-K Enhancement Grant that Sorsby, our early childhood specialist, is working with. And that's going to provide some other programs and opportunities for our youngest learners, those students you are talking exactly about. And I don't have all the details at my fingertips, so I don't want to misspeak and say anything, but we can certainly provide you all those details. But we are looking at opportunities in August, like Mrs. McGraw said, closer to when school opens officially, for those earliest learners to be able to come in the building and work with adults. So we'll give you those details. We are working on that also.
And we've done that in the past. If you remember that we brought especially Title I students in August, and to give them kind of a jump start on what it meant to be in school. So thinking that these little ones haven't ever experienced school, that it might be a good idea to allow them to come in and do some things before we actually open. And that's our way of taking all of these grants and intermingling them, so they're all supporting the same goals.
Okay. Aside from that, I just want to thank you for that presentation. I think this is going to be a great program, and it's a good way to be proactive instead of throwing your hands up and saying we lost a year, which we kind of have lost a year, but there's a way to recover that, and that's a great thing. Thank you.
We're very excited about it.
Thank you.
I just have a question in regards to the challenge with the teachers, and I get the whole, because I'm exhausted, so I know they're exhausted. But any type of incentive to make it more attractive for them to be interested, because of course we know we need it, but I get both sides, but is there any, as it relates to, I don't know, pay or, I don't know, whatever the case may be.
So we did that.
Has those things been considered?
Yeah, we did that. What we did is we added additional hours of planning time so that we would be able to increase the pay amount per day. And then we're running the program 4 days a week so that Fridays, everyone can have a 3-day summer weekend. But the incentive is that the hourly amount they're paid is a negotiated amount, so we can't alter that amount, but what we can do is add more hours to their day. So Megan, if they're working 4 hours, we're paying them for
6 hours. And we're also saying that if they want to do their planning, they don't have to stay at the building. We trust our teachers, just like we have during all our telework, that if they want to do their planning off-site, we trust them that they will do it there.
So that was how we tried to incentivize folks to we want to compensate them well for working over the summer. It is a big commitment, and they do have to do planning. So we thought in this way we could accomplish both goals. And as Megan said, we're not requiring them to plan in the building. So if they choose to plan on their back deck, we're fine with that.
And have they been receptive to the incentive so far?
I think that the folks that have signed up are excited about it and appreciate it. And, we do have about, how many signed up right now, would you say?
Right now we have about 80 teachers. We have a ton of teachers signed up to do summer school at the high school level. Actually, probably more than we need. 113. It's hard to give the exact numbers because right now we have 89 teachers that applied for elementary summer boost and about 26 for secondary summer boost. But some teachers applied for multiple things. There might be a teacher who applied for secondary summer boost and summer school and special ed ESY. So we all have to get together at the table and look at where those people are most needed, where the need is most critical, and then sort it out from there.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll be re-advertising in the next couple days to try to, one more time, encourage folks to apply.
Great.
So, just a couple questions. First of all, thank you to you and to the entire staff. This is a great program. I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. I'm certainly, as you know, there's going to be a baton exchange, and I want to make sure that there is continuity for all of this effort and planning. I'd try not to promote any bureaucracy, but I would be very interested in a follow-up in terms of numbers and trends. You know, with the amount of money, I keep hearing, hey, a lot of money is coming our way. I think that is great, but I think it's just as important that we show or celebrate our success. And if there are some shortcomings or issues that happens, and that we identify it and just make sure that we take full advantage of it. I think we need to share that information with the public, particularly with the amount of money, and the need is there, that we realize that in the coming year or next 3 years, we have to deal with this challenge. So let's share as much as we can without being too bureaucratic. I'm very interested in mental health. I'm looking at you specifically, and I'm curious to know when appropriate to kind of get an update, if it's the will of the board, of some of the trends that you're seeing, obviously HIPAA, et cetera. As this thing unfolds, what are the things that challenges that we're seeing? And, you know, if you can't measure it, sometimes it's hard to share the success. Just whether you do it with an update or a separate presentation. I'm also very interested in the dollars amount in terms of grants. I think the public would love to know the total amount of money that is being used, so that they see, you know, we celebrate the services that are being rendered, and as the staff knows, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, not just attaching a dollar amount. So I think we need to educate the public, hey, look at this 3-year program, look at the services, look how many students we're able to reach. And again, I'm not trying to create more staff work, but I think you're putting tremendous amount of effort, but we need to share it, we need to celebrate it. And as we compete for grants, it's easier to say, hey, we've had success. So if you would indulge us with that information, it'll be greatly appreciated. But again, I want to thank you and your staff for all of your hard work. This is going to be great work that's going to get accomplished ahead of us. So thank you again.
You're welcome. And as with grants, there's a great deal of oversight. So all of the follow-ups and the data that we provide, we can provide to you and to the public.
Right. But what I'm trying to share is with the public, if we didn't have grants,
Oh, absolutely.
we're talking about millions of dollars that we would not have these services. So we need to share that when you have a 26,000 plus population, it takes money in services to make it run the best that it possibly can. So you know, sometimes people complain, well, it costs a lot. Well,
it does. And when grants sunset, it has a huge negative impact, because we're used to those services and our kids are depending, our teachers are depending, and when the grant sunsets and you don't have a new funding source, it causes a great strain.
And that's the point that I'm trying to make, is when that happens, you know, we can't go to the county commissioners typically and saying, hey, give us $8 million. It helps, it helps when we can show, hey, this is the success, this is what it takes to run a school system of this size. So thank you again.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Battle-Lockhart. I'm sorry, Mrs. Battle-Lockhart.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to add to the fact that while we're educating the public on the grant funding that we're receiving, I still want to make sure that we are clear on grant funding. Majority of grant funding goes to programming alone. So when programming itself. So I just wanted to make sure, you know, when we speak on we're getting a lot of money, there's still more work we're adding to the educators. So I just want to be clear.
Absolutely.
So we make sure we're clear that's programming. That's not necessarily salaries or income that supports the staff that has to do the extra work. So I just want, when we're talking about money, I just want to make sure we're clear like what that money is going towards when we're having these conversations as well.
That's a really good point, because grant funding can't be used for our general fund. So we can't use that money to somehow impact salaries or hire more teachers for class size. Grant funding really has to be above and beyond. So that's a very good point, Ms. Battle-Lockhart.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you all. Great job. Great job.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Marvin Jones. I have joining me today the athletic director from St. Charles High School, Jen Smith. And to my far right is Mr. Steve Lee, the coordinator of student activities. And so we are going to chat with you a little bit about the state of athletics here in Charles County. And I'm stalling just a little bit because our PowerPoint is not up on the screen just yet, but I can go ahead and begin what we want to talk about today. And so, again, the state of athletics. And so I'd like to start with just a very brief background of how we started the year in 2020, and then we'll go into how the year has progressed through the present. And so, and here's our PowerPoint coming up now. So in anticipation of sports being available to our students in the very beginning of the school year, we did offer off-season workouts, or allow opportunities for off-season workouts and conditioning. These were permitted, and again, following all the safety and health guidelines and protocols at that time. And this worked fairly well until, well, it worked fairly well. And so, but prior to that, early in the summer, not early in the summer, late in the summer, August and September timeframe, we did meet with our return to play task force. And we met on several different occasions throughout the month of August and September, planning for the possibilities of sports coming once school opened. And our task force consisted of Mr. Lee led our task force, our assistant superintendent for supporting services, Mr. Heim, participated, Mr. Snow, director of transportation, was a member of the task force, as well as Mr. Steve Roberts was the principal at the time from McDonough High School. He served on the committee. Coach Jimmy Ball, basketball coach from North Point High School, participated, as well as our nurse Peggy Bird. She participated on the task force, and a couple other community partners. Our Dr. Winemore, who is a local orthopedic surgeon who specializes in sports medicine. He was a part of the task force, and then Neil Brown, longtime athletic trainer for Charles County and physical therapist. He participated on our task force as well. So that task force, that group, met a couple times, a few times prior to the beginning of the school year, again, to talk about the possibility of beginning sports. And so in September, and Renee, you can go ahead and start up if you don't mind. In September, the governor's guidance was that fall sports could begin, again, in October. And there was a calendar that was provided that school systems could follow at that time. But health conditions didn't quite allow for such gatherings. And so that said, the Maryland Public Secondary Schools Athletic Association, MPSSAA, decided that we could reorder our seasons, our sports seasons, from fall, winter, spring to winter, fall, and then spring, allowing us to consider abbreviated seasons for each of the three sports seasons. And so CCPS, we decided that after considering it, giving it much thought, we decided that it would not be the best representation of our priorities if we were to officially begin sports prior to students being permitted to return to school. And so we opted not to begin sports officially again before our students were permitted to come back in small groups and populations. And so that was sort of our begin to the year in 2020. And so, Mr. Lee, I'm going to let you talk a little bit about how things progressed as we entered into 2021.
We also had a couple other members who were part of the Return to Play Task Force. Mr. Brad Chris represented the athletic directors from Thomas Stone, Mr. Brad Snow from Transportation, as we were dealing with issues dealing with transportation, and Mr. Neil Brown, who headed up our athletic trainers at that time from a physical conditioning standpoint as well. But we started our off-season workouts for spring and fall sports in October based on phase 2 starting in November for students, with the idea of following the plan that we would allow winter sports to begin in December. But as you know, community health spread and the numbers started peaking in the middle of November. Looking into the holiday seasons, phase 2 was pushed back. And so we stopped our all-season conditioning programs at that time. We had fairly good support in most sports during that time with the spring sports, as well as fall sports got about 2 weeks or so. But they had also been working throughout the summer with their summer conditioning as well. Now, I've had to we've worked closely with state officials. I'm on the executive committee for the MPSSAA. We typically meet 2 to 4 times a year. We've been meeting weekly since back in the spring, and now we're meeting bi-weekly. And I represent District 4, which is Calvert, St. Mary's, and Charles County, that council. All the supervisors in the state started meeting bi-weekly back in the spring. Then we started meeting weekly, and we're going back to bi-weekly starting next week to going over issues that we've all been having to deal with it. We've also met the supervisors in the Southern Maryland Athletic Conference from Calvert and St. Mary's. We have been meeting a couple times a month and many more times by phone. And our conference athletic directors have met by Zoom and in person several times in anticipating. We've had all kinds of different plans and calendars for when we're starting sports and schedules and so on. And we've kind of joked we probably have 8 or 10 different schedules that we have come up with based on different timing. But all of ours have been based on when we actually get our students back into school. When you all approved the March 22nd date, we have to follow certain COMAR regulations with athletics. The fall sports with the plan at that time could have started February 13th and started playing last week. And you have to practice 20 days by COMAR before you can have a game. And when we're starting and all that, we would get maybe 2 weeks or so of fall. They must be done by April 17th. If you're following that calendar, then spring sports at that time would begin April 17th and 20 days of practice, and then they start playing. But we're following the calendar that the governor's put out at this time for spring sports, that we started our conditioning last week for spring sports. We'll start our official practices next week. And we chose to go with that calendar at that point because we can give our spring sports didn't play at all last year. Our last game was St. Charles basketball team playing and qualified for the state championship, and Westlake girls basketball team qualified for the state championships. When that was called off, St. Charles was literally getting on the bus to go to the University of Maryland when that was called off. And spring sports did not play a game at all last year. And we wanted to at least give them a full season. And we have, through some of the adjustments that you have made, we're giving any student the opportunity to play spring sports if they so desire at that time. Now, we are having some issues with having enough kids out for certain sports at certain schools. We're having to make some adjustments because of limitations the health department has placed on us within the county. But we can't tell you exactly what schools will have what sports. We're planning on them all, including unified track for the spring sports. But once we have a true number on actually how many are out there starting next week, we'll determine what sports we have at what schools.
Jen, why don't you talk about the current status? Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So we meet regularly as athletic directors. We've been meeting actually, once we got shut down, we were virtually meeting with each other at least weekly, sometimes multiple times. Once the school year started, we started to meet virtually at first, and then we were also in person on the telephone, constantly trying to figure out, because it's so fluid with sports. We get an idea, we're going to go ahead with this, and then it gets shut down because of cases. So we've been, like Steve said, we've had so many different schedules, and sorry. Also with the scheduling, since we are going into phase 2 in March, we just started March 1st with conditioning. Our kids are so ecstatic to be out there. They are loving it. The numbers are increasing slowly. Some teams, there's a slim numbers, but they are so excited. The protocols for safety out there, we make sure that our coaches know that. We made sure that our students understand, the parents understand. Everything's been going very well, especially, it's just so nice to see their faces. They're smiling, they're enjoying it. Now, I have to say, a lot of the kids are out of shape because they haven't been doing anything. So these first 2 weeks has been a good opportunity for them to get into shape in order to try out practice on the 15th. Also, with spectators, due to the Charles County Health Department, we're only allowed to have 100 spectators. So at this time, we're not going to have any spectators until something changes, because that includes coaches, athletes, opposing teams, workers, and things like that, officials. So we are kind of stuck right now with the number of 100. So once that changes, we'll have the opportunity to have spectators, but I don't know when that will be.
All right, so moving forward, postseason play, we may engage in some postseason or playoff competitions, and if we get to that point, just as with the regular season, These competitions will only occur among in-county schools. And then in preparation for fall and winter sports, when Phase 2 begins, we will allow students to begin training for and conditioning for fall and winter sports, weight training and working out, and those conditioning efforts will run through the summer. And fall sports is slated to begin typically around August 15th, but I believe August 11th is the date.
This coming year.
Fall sports will start this summer. And so that's our plan moving forward. And then just, you'll see it on the PowerPoint here, for the good of the cause, we included this because we have heard from a number of very passionate, very concerned parents regarding our fall sports and football in particular, and we are very understanding of their concerns. And so, I just would like the public to know that, the decision to forego fall sports is not one that was taken lightly. And in all honesty, it goes back to our original thought on this is, would that have been a true representation of our priorities if we were doing sports before students were back in schools? And so we had made that decision in the beginning that we weren't going to do sports officially. Workouts, off-season conditioning, yes, we were, in anticipation of sports, we were doing that, absolutely. But officially starting sports prior to school beginning was not a direction that we were going. And in the end, it became a safety decision as well, particularly thinking about football. And you heard Ms. Smith talk about students not being in shape. And in a contact sport such as football, that's a real thing. Our students typically begin working out and weightlifting and training in January. And so these students haven't had a chance to do much of anything in a year. And so to put them out there in that predicament at this point may not have been the smartest thing to do anyway. And so that decision, again, there was lots of talk and lots of consternation and consideration given, but in the end, that's a decision that we stuck with, having gone with from the very beginning that we weren't going to do sports officially until we brought students in our small group population Phase 2. So that's where we are at this point regarding the state of athletics here in Charles County. And so with that, we will open it up to questions from you at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, and everyone for that presentation. I do have a question about something. It's not really on this presentation, but the last part you had mentioned about not having a fall season this year, primarily football, and also not having any spring or summer season last year. My mind goes to the seniors of last year and the seniors of this year that rely heavily on scholarships for their athletic performance. What kind of were there measures taken to try to assist those students to receive scholarships to the best of their ability?
So I can answer that. So I know the coaches, specifically for football and basketball, we have a lot of kids that go to Division 1 and 2, and we have a lot of Division 3. So our coaches have really been working with our athletes to reach out to people that they know. They're really looking out for our kids. They're doing their best to talk. Well, they do a lot of recruiting their junior year. So for fall and winter, they had a lot of looks when they were juniors. So the coaches keep reaching out to college coaches, and then during this pandemic, they are still reaching out to help these individuals. Now, I know some of the kids have played sports in the community because there's been that opportunity, so that has also helped as well because of the situation we're in. But our coaches at all high schools have been really advocating for our athletes.
Now, one of the issues with that as well is the NCAA has given all seniors another year of eligibility. but have not increased the number of scholarships. So for example, Notre Dame in football, they gave 5 scholarships this year. And I've talked to a number of coaches that I know in the college, they're having to make decisions. Do I cut a senior to get a scholarship to give to someone? So, you know, it's been a tough year for everyone, scholarship-wise. And so that's, Division III is really making off because they don't give athletic scholarships. Junior colleges are having the same thing because the kids that are playing in junior college, this year does not count against them, eligibility-wise. So they get another year.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? I would thank you for the presentation. One comment that I would make is, you know, as we saw in this past pro season of the NFL, there was an uptick in injuries because of the conditioning. And so that's something I'm sure that we're all going to be mindful of, the conditioning, you know.
Absolutely.
We really got to focus on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Next up is our student board member.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I appreciate you giving us this opportunity to present this resolution. So I put together a brief PowerPoint just breaking down the resolution. This is the exact language of the resolution as submitted. So first up is the why, our preambulatory clauses on our resolution. So whereas the Board of Education values collaborative, meaningful relationships with all stakeholders to include parents/legal guardians, students, teachers, staff, administrators, board members, state and local elected officials, and members of the community at large, and whereas the Board of Education policy states, every attempt will be made to ensure that the composition of each committee is such that people representing all aspects of the problem, community viewpoints, and interests are members of the committee, and whereas the Board of Education recognizes the important perspective students have on the decision-making process, and whereas a student member on each of the board's committees will improve the collaborative efforts of the board, and whereas many Board of Education committees lack student representation, now therefore be it resolved, and these are our operative clauses, resolved that a student be added to each of the following existing non-staff related committees, both standing and ad hoc, of the Board of Education: School Allocations, Equity and Diversity Task Force, Difference Award Committees of Parent/Community Volunteers, and be it further resolved, a student be excluded from each of the following existing staff-related committees, both standing and ad hoc, of the Board of Education: Superintendent Evaluation, and be it further resolved, a student be included on all future or unlisted non-staff related committees, both standing and ad hoc, established by the Board of Education at the discretion of the superintendent. And obviously the motivation of this proposal was that we are in agreement that students are valuable stakeholders in the process, and we wanted to try to make meaningful efforts this year to include and increase student collaboration with the board. And we thought that it would be a meaningful show of that to put it in writing and make sure that our committees have that student perspective and that student representation. And the research on the committees listed was we reached out to the chair and the vice chair, the chair at the time, Ms. McGraw and Ms. Wilson, to get a list of our current committees and the intention was just to list and break it down. And obviously, we don't want students on staff-related committees. We want to focus on the issues that affect our students. So any questions?
Any questions? Hearing none? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, we are going to take a break. I'm going to ask everyone to be seated by 2:55. Welcome back, everyone. Mr. Heim?
Good afternoon, everyone. We have two documents today. First is the project status update, which was uploaded to Board Docs. So we would first entertain any questions you may have regarding project status update.
I have one. Just generally, I saw where, just happened to catch my eye that the Jennifer guided entry way was 75% finished. So it just made me wonder, where are we in terms of all the guided entries, with the exception, I know, of McDonough and the schools that are under construction? Are we almost done?
So with McDonough, we are finished with the guided entry there, and that was a temporary fix, and that's all contingent upon what happens with future with our CIP and our request for the McDonough project, because the overall much larger McDonough project actually has us relocating the main office, which is on the side of the building, to the front of the building, and that's a over $17 million project, which again is contingent upon state approval and funding for that project. So in the meantime, not knowing when that is going to happen, and the fact that this is the second year we've taken that project to the state at this point with no guarantee of construction funding. So we went ahead in the fall, late winter, and did a temporary guided vestibule there with using some storefront to, again, create that just like we've done in other schools, where you get that direct access from the outside into the front office there, instead of as was in the past where you got buzzed in and you came into that lobby between the cafeteria and the office. So now you're funneled directly into the main office.
So everybody's done.
That is finished. And the guided vestibule Jennifer has done also. So this is Plan B, and David can talk to more. David Clements, our supervisor in planning construction, because he's actually the project manager now. But we're, a Plan B or option B with that was additional work to create some additional square footage in the main office area, and also bringing the nurse's office, which is towards the back part of the building, up to the front office, like you would typically see in most schools, where the nurse's office is within that complex of the main office. And again, in terms of looking at security, we have a situation where a sixth student is being picked up by the parent. That way we don't have to send the parent throughout the building to go down to the nurse's office. And Mr. Clements, if there's anything else you want to add regarding the project at Jennifer?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Right. So then we'll move on to two of our major projects, which are part of the project status update. So I'm joined today by, right to my immediate left, Eric McElhaney, who's one of our project managers. He's the lead on our Eva Turner Elementary School renovation and addition. And then I have David Clements, who's our supervisor in planning and construction, who's taken the lead on the Benjamin Stoddert Middle School expansion and renovation. So with Eva Turner, it's a school that opened in 1979. It has a state-rated capacity of 481 students. It was original open space design, and it did have a kindergarten addition in 2011, which added roughly 8,000 square feet. So the building, before the current renovation began, was 64,000 square feet. So at this point, I will turn it over to Mr. McElhaney so he can give us more specific details about the project and some additional information regarding the slides.
Thank you, Mr. Heim. Basically, right now, we're at 80% towards completion of the project. So this project started in July of 2019. So we anticipate completing the end of June of this year. So these pictures are really recent from last week. So we're about 80%. The photo on the left is looking from Bannister Circle. So you're looking straight down towards the high canopy, which is the main entrance. And you have new sidewalks that connect from Bannister Circle all the way to the main entrance, and also to the left, which is the bus loop, and on the right, which would be the staff parking, visitor parking, as well as car drop-off. The photo on the right is the high canopy, and just to the left of that is a low canopy that extends down towards the bus loop to keep the kids dry when they're getting off the bus in the morning and leaving in the evening. So that's a nice advantage to keep them dry. The high canopy makes it even stand out more. Instead of having just a rectangle shaped building, it gives it more structure. Forget about the temporary heating tank that will be removed during construction here in the next couple months.
You want to explain the significance of that tank and how that helps with?
Yes, right now they're using that tank, propane, to heat some heaters we have for temporary heating in the building to keep it at a temperature where, it's acceptable to install finishes. So we want to keep a constant temperature of around 55 to 60 degrees in that area, and we're getting into the warmer months now, so we're coming up to the end of that period now.
And once complete, we're actually making a connection with Washington Gas, so we did not have that connection previous to the start of construction.
Okay, this is also looking from Bannister Circle. As you see, the sidewalk on the right extends from the sidewalk at Bannister Circle all the way to the main entrance at the high canopy. So this school has a high number of student walkers, so this would be very beneficial for them. And obviously this is the bus loop as well, which we didn't originally have a part of this project. This was an alternate that was started, was that last summer, I believe. We had the funding to do that. So this is a great opportunity to have a nice bus lot, and also, on different days when you have activities, there can be visitor parking as well. And also part of this alternate on the right-hand side, I said there's staff parking, there's also visitor parking and car drop-off, and we added more additional spaces there for parking, which was very, very beneficial.
And we wanted to use this picture just to illustrate, as we've talked about previously, how we wanted to make the school more visible from the street, from Bannister Circle. So if you remember from the past, when you would drive by there, you would only really have any vantage point when you look down either driveway. But as you drive now along the length of the property line, the school is so much more visible to the community, and it is a community school, so we want the school to feel more part of the community.
Right, to really open up the whole space. The photo on the left is our lobby. You're looking back at the guided vestibule and out to the high canopy. So you're kind of in the media center corridor right there. You can see just to the right is the admin area, the reception area. So you would check in. The guided vestibule would stop you from walking into school. So you'd have to go check into the reception area and then check in and authorized, and you could walk back into the school if you're authorized. So it's a guided vestibule situation. And you also can see we have plenty of natural light coming in through the high canopy, and also in the clear story glazing at the top of the lobby. And the photo on the right is the lobby as well. Okay, you're this is if you'd walk through the double doors, this is what you would see. The media center is, the doors on the left, that's the media center. It's the center of the building, and it still works that way in most schools. And if you walk straight down past the media center, you'll come to the area where all the specials are. On the left-hand side, you have art, you have science and computer lab, and on the right, you have the cafeteria and also the gym. So, and music is also in this corridor as well. So all the specials are contained to this side of the school, separate from the instruction area.
And we'll see pictures of those areas in future slides.
This is the courtyard, and there's a lot of benefits to this courtyard. For one thing, it gives you natural light into all these classrooms. You have access from 2 corridors to get into the courtyard, so anybody in the school could use it, any grade level, they can access it pretty easily from either hallway. And also, top left-hand corner, it's kind of hard to see, but that's the media center. So they'll have access where they can move in and out of the courtyard, and they could be able to have outdoor learning in the seated area right there. You see it's like precast concrete benches, and there's an exterior whiteboard that's going to be installed there as well. Also on this left side, you have the computer lab. You also have science and art. So they'll have the benefit where they can have outdoor learning, and they don't have to walk out of their classroom into the hallways to get into the courtyard. So it's very accessible. The glazing on the right are first and second grade classrooms. What's nice about this is they have the natural lighting. And just as a side note, every instructional classroom in this building has a natural light, so which is a great benefit.
Which was a big break from the previous building.
Right.
You remember going into the middle of the building, it was a very dark building, plus it was open space. So we're taking care of two big issues with the previous school. We're creating, traditional classrooms with walls, but also more importantly, the lighting to go along with it, and make that more positive environment.
There's also a human sundial that's on the right-hand side near the scaffold on the right. It's a human sundial. When we have you come out for a site visit here, hopefully shortly, we can take our trial run, and it does work. I think I may have told you that before. I have tried it. You have to be at least 6 feet tall, so it's kind of...
And we will adjust it this weekend for
We'll adjust it for daylight savings time. So you may have to hold a stick up to get it to work, but it does work very well, by the way. All right, next. Okay, this room on the left is called the Soar Classroom area. Turner actually has 2 Soar classrooms for, I guess, different grade levels. And also, they have access to a sensory or OT and PT room, and also to a transition room. And also the Achieve program classrooms also in the same area. So they're all done in the same general area, so they can access these auxiliary rooms for normal use during the day. The classroom here on the right is a typical first or second grade classroom, and most of those classrooms are on the courtyard side. They're all very similar, all have 2 windows, all natural light, and they all have access, the first and second grade, to a resource room. That's like a breakout room where they can take, and teach kids one-on-one, students one-on-one, or groups. So they all have their individual pull-out rooms as well, which is very beneficial. Okay, the collaborative area on the left is maybe something a little bit different than you've seen in the past. You've seen at most of our newer elementary schools, they've had collaborative areas in certain areas where it would be a larger area to support maybe 4 or 5 classrooms. So we had a space issue in the school and with the footprint, but our architect did a good job of creating this collaborative learning area. So the collaborative learning area is a center with 3 rooms on the outs. So you have a sliding door to each classroom, and you have good visibility to see in those classrooms. So when you're teaching, you actually can see, if you have 2 or 3 students in there, you can see, they have access to see them at all times for security reasons. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade have their own collaborative learning area. This is a science room here, and this is also off of the courtyard as well. So they'll have access to go in and out, and science will probably be one of those areas that they would probably use this more than others. I would think so. And this also gives them opportunity to, maybe plant some vegetables and plants and that type of thing, and do some activities outside as well.
Right. And a nice thing about the courtyard is a secure area, so they can take the kids out into an area that is surrounded by 4 walls and is secure.
The music classroom is actually one of the best spots, and Mr. Hahn and I talked about this last week when we were there.
The picture made the cut.
Yeah, as you're looking at the school, it's the front right-hand side of the school here, and you have a great view of, all over the front and part of the left-hand side of the building. So it's great natural light, and also since it's music, it's kind of isolated in one area, so that helps, if you have noise, if you don't want to be next to a first or second grade classroom. So it's a great location. The community room's a little bit different. That's next to the music room as well. As you're looking at the building, it's just to the right. You see on the top right-hand side, there's a door there. That's in our guided vestibule. And that door will be locked during the school day. So the whole idea is when you have after-school activities, you can have, the building can be locked so you can't get in the guided vestibule, past the guided vestibule, but you can get in this room to hold meetings, whether PTO or, community service, whatever it may be. But that's not the only purpose of the community room. It could also be used for strings, instrumental music, or if needed, it could be a classroom because it's set up the same size as a regular classroom. It also has its own restroom as well. So if you have a meeting in this room after hours, there should be no reason to go into the school itself. You're confined to this area. So that should be very beneficial for them. This is the media center. As you see on the left-hand side, the double doors lead out to the courtyard once again. A lot of natural light into the media center, which you always need. There'll be a lot of, obviously, casework in here for books and computer tables and breakout tables and seating. You see the blue wall in the back there, that's an area called the makerspace. There'll be tables there for working on STEM projects, crafts, whatever it may be. So they'll have tables, workbenches type of thing, and they'll have data and power outlets. And just on the other side of that, there'll be a window. It looks into the other side of the computer lab. So technically, if you have a STEM program going, you can have some people working in the makerspace, some in the computer lab, and it's all open so you can see what's going on if you're an instructor. The room on the right is the media specialist office. The room on the left, back left, is a production room, which also has visibility into that makerspace area as well. All right, the cafeteria. Actually, where this photo is being taken was the old stage or platform and kitchen area, actually. So from this photo, you can see we relocated the platform, the stage, to the opposite end. So you kind of see that all the way. It's kind of dark, and we don't have any lights in the cafeteria as of yet. So we reversed it. We have the stage in the front, and the doors, only see 4 doors on the left. That is the serving line for the kitchen. So our kitchen used to be back here where the picture's taken, so it's moved up to the front. And also you can see where the bulkhead is there in the middle of the gym in the cafeteria. That's for the movable door that you can open and close for certain events. The photo on the right is you're in the cafeteria looking back at the gym. So you have some more good natural lighting in this space as well. Of course, we'll have all the usual PE equipment, basketball goals, climbing wall, and that type of thing, and a soft surface type flooring. Okay.
That was the last slide. So any questions regarding Eva Turner? Again, just super excited about the completion of this project, being an open space school. We've talked about, one of my goals, over the next several years is to continue to enclose as many of our open space schools. So this, and then as we talk about the next project, Stoddard is taking care of 2 more additional open space schools. But also just, 2 community-centered schools with communities built around them. And it's just great to see, the school system through the funding of the county and the state to be able to make major upgrades to the systemics and the mechanical systems there. But, and the positive impact this is going to have instruction in those 2 schools and helping to, giving you the foundation for building a positive culture in those schools. So we'll move on to Benjamin Stoddard. And Benjamin Stoddard opened in 1976, and again, it's an open space school. It's over 105,000 square feet currently, of the state rated capacity of 722. And again, it's a modified open space. And this project is a $48 million project. Again, and that's a combination of funding from the state and county. And that breakdown is 65% funding from the state and 35% funding from the local government, and again, that's based on the county's local wealth. So, Mr. Clements, I turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. It's a delight to be here. I'm going to give you just a little bit of background because it's been a while since you've seen this, and this is a little bit of an older image, but it's a good introduction. To the right side is St. Thomas Drive going up at a curve. Above the green illustrated site is the adjoining Catholic church and senior housing and the shopping center. And to the bottom of the site is a large drainage swale. So although there's about 76 acres at Benjamin Stoddert Middle School, the school developed site is wedged into this space. So early on, we looked at how to renovate that space, and the issue there was where would you put portable classrooms to move people out of the building to renovate and bring them back in. So on this particular project, the plan was to convert the parking lot, which if you look at the gold colored area to the right on the building, that is, or previously was the staff parking lot. We moved the staff parking lot down and in the front lawn and used the staff parking lot area to build a three-classroom academic area, 3-story. So the intent there is that you'd have a grade on each level. And where the parking area is in the center, that part that was existing and part is new, but that was both parking and bus drop-off, car drop-off, all at one location. So we separated it so that the middle parking area would be for staff and visitor. The lower long parking that you see is for buses in a separate entire space. Just to the top of the area that is in a gold color for the building addition is added parking at the rear of the building for staff to give more space. The parking is going from approximately 76 to 125 spaces to accommodate the need there as well as the growth. So what you're looking at when you go to the site today is that the 3-story building is up in the air, and we'll show you some photos. And some of the first photos you'll see is as you approach the main entry from the bus parking lot. So the bus parking lot is lying horizontal in that image and comes straight up. And the main entry you'll see in the other photos will be between the red zone and the gold zone. So the red zone was previously the music and chorus areas. They were converted to the new administrative area with the new addition to the right. And that allows us to bring together supervisory from the admin space of the parking lot, the bus area, as well as students entering and exiting the building headed to their classes. And again, this is a close-up of that, so you'll see a few photos of the main entry area. So what we're going to be looking at is that the 3-story in the gold to the right is under construction now. It's about 70% complete. The contractor, in order to make that work, you're also working in the purple area down to the red. It's somewhat there in the center. And what that would be doing right now is renovating the kitchen, the old cafeteria to become the media center, music areas to become part of the new admin where the main entry will be. We've had great cooperation with food service. The fact that they've not been in the building and their count is down for lunches, we've worked with them to take over that now instead of later to get that ready. So what you're going to see this summer in July is moving into the 3-story addition to the right, as well as the purple area for a renovated kitchen, right on down to the media center and admin space. The media center is going to be tight getting it for the start of school. They're going to get it, but they're not going to have perhaps a month moving furniture in. But they should get it August 1st. Taking advantage of bad times can be good times. The contractor is now over in the gym area doing some work in the locker room. Students coming back, you could still use the gym space, but we don't foresee them changing or doing anything in the locker area, so we're renovating that now rather than in the summer. So that's more space that'll be available sooner for them. So what you'll see is new academic spaces for this fall, and then from that main entry in the office, from there to the left will be the next phase of construction over the next year, with completion in August of '22 for the general building, but probably not till November, December finishing the project, because in order to do this dance with construction, we have to move the portable classrooms out of the way and finish the site development along the lower edge of the gym. And perhaps some other utilities for connecting areas. But the project is coming together on schedule.
And Mr. Clements makes some valid points. You know, the major difference between these two renovations is that Eva Turner was an unoccupied renovation. We were fortunate to have the transition school, and we're able to move the staff and students out of Turner for 2 years while we can completely take over that construction site, just like we had previously done with the renovation and expansion at Mudd Elementary School. This is a phased, occupied renovation. Now, we did take advantage of the school closures to be a little bit more aggressive, as David has pointed out, with some of the moving into some of the other areas, but a much more difficult project again because it is a phased and occupied renovation where we have students and staff occupying areas of the building. So it makes coordination of the various phases much more difficult.
But also want to stress, looking kind of at that last slide even, is that what we're doing is in the gray area in the very top center is the existing mechanical room with electric and plumbing and sprinkler. All of that dates back to 1976. It still works, it's still functional, but if you need to replace a part, you might be replacing a system. So what we did was we decided that when we built the addition, and the top part of that is another little gray area, we're bringing in all new utilities. So as we move through the existing building to renovate it, we're bringing all new, brand new utilities in with us. New sprinkler system, new electrical systems, new plumbing, piping systems through the building. So it will be another building set for the next 50 years. We're not cutting anything short for this community. So as you enter from the bus parking lot, this is the entrance that you're headed to. You see a small canopy sticking out there, so that will be the main entry. To the left, where there's no brick at the moment, is the new admin and the music areas, and then of course to the right is a 3-story academic addition. The brickwork is coming along very well. The building's going to look more complete here in about a month. They've had, obviously difficulty with the winter on the exterior, creating limiting factors. But this building is probably 65 or 70% at this point, and you'll see in the next couple photos. The windows should be going in this week.
So as Mr. McElhaney had pointed out in the previous slides with Eva Turner, with the portable tank there for heating the building inside so they can continue with construction inside, obviously you can't do that on the outside. So as Mr. Clements was saying, the continuation of the brick and masonry was halted for a period of time as we had those cold snaps in February.
And we've worked with the contractors that every time there was a potential start with school, that we were clearing out and moving out of the way to make way for buses and students. So the lower left view is what you would see as you enter the property today. You would see the front corner of the building addition, which is closest to St. Thomas Drive. The view at the right is what the rendering was that we showed you a couple years ago of what was coming, and you can see the reality of what was proposed. And then in the upper view, you can see that further beyond, and in the lower one further beyond, is the gym entrance. And that gym entrance, which is where the existing entrance currently is going to stay a large entry area, because Benjamin Stoddert has the opportunity and responsibility that they take on gladly to serve their community about 6 days a week in the building. Parks and Rec uses that building every evening and Saturdays, and they've had a lot of community activities and wellness programs over the years, and they're looking to do more. Part of that entry also would lead to a new health room, which would be for during the day education, but that's also available for some evening activity and weekend activity for the neighborhood as well. It's a very exciting project.
And just as a reminder, all 8 of our middle schools serve as community service centers, along with Wade and Billingsley Elementary School.
The view to the left is what was proposed as the main entry. As once you come in past the office, to the left is the entrance to the media center. To the right is going to be a 3-story stair going up open to each of the floors, which will be your main entry and invite to each of the grade levels. The view to the right is what you actually see today is the partition is going up on the left. At the top is windows letting daylighting in to fill that area. Everything that you see in there right now is daylight from the windows. The stairs are going to be going in very shortly, as well as the flooring base material. Looking to the typical corridor there, the stud work is up. All the utilities are in place, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. The ductwork's being insulated, and the drywall is going up in the corridor at this time, and then into the classrooms. Benjamin Stoddert Middle School was built as an open space pod style school, which has been an issue of the years for acoustics and cross conversation for teaching. That all goes away with this renovation. The building addition itself will have classrooms ringing the perimeter of the plan that we were just showing you. This is a typical classroom that will have windows to the exterior, bookshelves below the windows. Where you see the wood to the right, that wall is going to be a wall separating the classrooms, but where you see the wood is supports for smart panels. We identified a smart educational panel in every classroom and provide all the utilities there for that. And that is part of the IT teamwork on completing the building. So in July, as we start to move the furnishings in, those panels will be going up as well. We didn't touch base on it on the first plan, the second photo, but we could go back. In the core of the building addition is a commons area. The EdSpec committee was looking for ways to create collaborative learning and flexible space. And one of the suggestions that they wanted to go with was to have a commons area at each of the grade levels, 6th, 7th, 8th grade level, so that students could leave their classroom and go to collaborative learning and special programs and projects nearby on their floor. And the commons area gives that opportunity. It also gives the opportunity that they're having distributive dining. So each grade level will be having their lunch served at their level in this core area. So just like many other schools, looking to the left of that gray column, you might see a couple door openings in that wall. That is the serving line. And then from there to the right would be the dining space. Then when it's not being used for dining, that same square footage is to be used for collaborative learning opportunities. That's unique in this school. This next image shows where the existing kitchen is being renovated. And that floor, if you've been in Stoddard, that building has 2 levels and ramps to go to lower levels and to the main level. We're going to fill in that level and bring it all up so that a majority of the school will be on one level. And what we're looking at here was the stage and cafeteria. That's all becoming the new media center. The photo to the right just shows you how we're advancing with the locker room. That photo is a week and a half old. They have the concrete slab in place and still moving forward with the plumbing. So the locker room's advancing, as well as the kitchen, the media center, and the entire 3-story learning wing. This is just a view to kind of show you some of the things that happen on a construction site. The first thing we could do before we could even start this construction was we were taking away the staff parking lot for the 3-story building addition so it could be connected to the rest of the building for this seamless build, move, and then renovate. And the first thing we needed to do was we built a a temporary parking lot on the front lawn of Stoddert Middle School so that we could start to move staff there, and staff was, there early on. But then as they moved, contractors taking it over just for materials, because with a tight site, there's no place to put construction materials while you do your work. So they've been using that and working with the principal on every notice of possible reopening and partial occupancies and moving things around. So there's been a lot of coordination between the contractor and the principal. One of the things we do when we bid a project is we pre-qualify our bidders before we let them even bid. We know that we've got good contractors. That's evidenced on Eva Turner and on this project, and this one is Keller Brothers, and they have been working amazingly well with us and for the principal. In order to take away some of her space, we've moved someone. We've needed to create a small office or something for them, or storage space, and we've worked back and forth to do that, and it's worked amazingly well.
If I could just point out one thing, because as highlighted earlier in the board meeting, Mr. Stoddard and myself, along with Linda McLaughlin, did 32 school visits, and the main focus of those school visits was ventilation. So, during the construction phase, and this is just standard operating procedures, obviously pre-COVID, but you can see the ductwork that is yet to be put in place on that picture on the right. That is all taped up in plastic covering, so there's no dirt or any other particulates from construction getting in there. And the same thing when it's assembled and is actually hanging from the ceiling. Until that building is commissioned, all that ductwork remains taped and covered with plastic until that point.
This is my favorite slide. This gives you another view of what the building will look like looking towards the street. And this is my hero, Principal Erica Williams. She understands construction. She's an extremely knowledgeable woman, and she's a tough negotiator. You're not going to get anything from her that you don't deserve. So the students should be learning a lot from there as well. But we've had a great opportunity of working with her to move around so that we can have students come in, food service come in, take advantage of the times that we're in, but at the same time not take advantage of the school. A really great negotiator. We're very fortunate to have her. I think she's made a few contributions to the design when she came, and we made some alterations last year. They're going to make this far more beneficial than it would have been to the students and to the instructors. So having her as an integral part is very amazing. And so we look forward to continuing that collaboration. So it is a true team effort. We talk about that, the architect, the contractor, the builder, the occupants, but seldom do you have such a cohesive team as we have here. And I think we're very fortunate to have Keller Brothers as our contractor and Erica Williams as our principal. She makes a difference. And I think we've been very fortunate that the superintendent has managed to have that on the past several projects, including Billingsley and Dr. Mudd. So keep doing what you're doing.
So I'd just like to echo those sentiments from Mr. Clements. And again, he had mentioned earlier the collaboration and just more importantly, the cooperation with Food and Nutrition Services, the two supervisors, Bill Kruder and Crystal Richardson, working with us along with Erica Williams when, a few months ago, we said, we're concerned about the project timeline for the cafeteria and the kitchen. If it not starting until the summer, we didn't want to, as we hopefully are back to more normal in the fall, we didn't want to have disruption occurring in the cafeteria and in the kitchen at that point. So in working with them, we came up with a plan, and we've taken away their kitchen and the cafeteria, and again, with Bill Kruder and Crystal Wilson working around that as we get into phase 2 and then eventually into phase 4 with having a truck in place that will be able to get food over there to continue to feed the students there. So the occupied renovation is very difficult. And there's been great collaboration and cooperation with the principal and other staff that work here in the Starkey building to make us continue to move along with minimal disruptions as we move forward. And as the weather's getting nicer, and of course we have obviously both of those structures under roof, as we've done in the past. If it's, would be the intention of the board, we would offer an opportunity for a tour as we're still in the construction phase of both of those sites. So that's something that, we can, coordinate through Ms. Stubblefield, if that's something that the board would like to do, to actually go on site at both of those projects.
Yes.
I would.
Yes, please.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a quick one.
Ms. McGraw?
Because, just for informational purposes, because this is a 3-story building, what accommodations have been being put in place for the handicap students?
So once you start getting up, you want to add an elevator. This is a very unique building in that we do have 4 stairways to move around in, as well as an elevator as soon as you enter. When I showed you the view where the stair will be, that first corner is where there's an elevator, and it's a large accessible elevator.
Okay.
But we also, because we're taking food for distribution on each of the 3 levels, there's a serving line, we put in a second elevator that serves the building staff and the kitchen exclusively, and that's a push-through elevator, so we don't want to wear out our staff either. So from the kitchen, they push into the elevator, it goes up, you push straight out. There's no backing in and out. It's in one side, out the other. That also gives us some duplication or redundancy. If one of those elevators were to have some sort of maintenance issue, the other would be available for staff or student. Okay. So you should not have any issues. Of course, elevators today hardly ever go down. But we do have that redundancy for protection of everyone in the building and looking out long term.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the presentation as well. These are very exciting times to see the renovations that are being made for those students that live in those St. Charles areas. So I'm sure they're excited to get back into their schools. So.
We're very fortunate. It's hard to get a good start, and the contractor's done well, but the winter was difficult. Working with everyone has got us back on track where we need to be, and maybe a little ahead, so we're very happy.
Just one more informative piece. We were looking to resume the redistricting process next month in April when we return back from spring break. Remember, we had paused that. We had started in November, and we paused as the metrics in the county had increased, and we didn't feel comfortable bringing members of the community together in 2 separate areas to work as part of that redistricting. So again, to coincide with the completion of this project set for the fall 2022, we are doing a county-wide redistricting. So we're looking at the school zones for all 8 current middle schools, and they're looking where we can rebalance the student enrollment there in an effort to bring those state-rated capacities closer to each one of those 8 middle schools.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz? Good afternoon.
Give a brief legislative update. House Bill 1372 and Senate Bill 965 has been filed. This is a bill titled Blueprint for Maryland's Future Revisions. This was the big Kerwin blueprint revision bill we've been waiting for all session. It was posted on the website this morning. It's 34 pages long, so I can't say that I've read through the whole thing yet, but I will say that the basic portions of it that I've looked at in a little bit of detail seems to push back the Kerwin deadlines and dates 1 year. So it seems to just do what we would have thought it would have done, just pushed everything back 1 year. Mabe and Pizam will be looking at that bill in great detail and be providing a lot more information in detail about what the bill does once it's analyzed. House Bill 1060 and Senate Bill 749 were heard in the respective committees in the last several weeks. House Bill 1060 is sponsored by Delegate Patterson, as you know, and Senate Bill 749 is sponsored by Senator Ellis. Delegate Patterson's bill was heard in the Ways and Means Committee on February 24th, and 749 was heard in the Senate EHEA Committee on March 3rd. The bills are entitled Charles County Board of Education Membership Alterations. So the bills do what we think they would do based on the title. They alter the service and makeup of the Board of Education. This is the bill we've discussed in the past. What the bills would do as proposed is they would establish 6 election districts in the county. 1 board member would be elected from each district by the individuals who are voting from that district, and there would be 1 member who is elected at large who would serve as the board chair. The board members would serve 4-year terms, but the elections would be staggered so that there'd be half the board or so going on and off every 2 years. And the board members will be limited to 2 consecutive terms. Vacancies would be filled by the county commissioners rather than the current law, which says the Board of Education fills its own vacancies. And the student member would be given full voting rights. That's the bill as proposed. Our board voted last month to oppose the bill based on the fact that the bills were never really heard locally. There was not enough appropriate public feedback at the local level, and the commissioners also opposed the bill as well. Now, during the House hearing was in Ways and Means, and it was sponsor only, which means only Delegate Patterson could speak to her bill. We had hoped to speak in opposition to the bill at the hearing. We were not given that opportunity by the committee. So Delegate Patterson spoke about her bill, and what she said during the hearing was that she's willing to amend her bill based on some of the concerns that have been raised, particularly amending 6 board districts in the county. It would be based on 4 commissioner districts. So it will be 1 board member from each commissioner district, and 3 members will be elected at large. The vacancies will be continued to be filled by the Board of Education members, not the commissioners. And she agreed that the student member voting rights should be limited. The board member should not be voting on things like personnel matters, collective bargaining, certain appeals, or school openings and closings. The written amendments that she is proposing have not been made public yet, so we can't comment on those. The bill is still in the Ways and Means Committee. On the Senate side, there was public testimony allowed. Senator Ellis, of course, spoke to his bill. Ms. Wilson, on behalf of the board, testified in opposition, as did Linda McLaughlin from the EACC and Amanda Stort from the county commissioners. Mr. Hurd did speak in behalf in support of the bill. Senator Ellis did seem to say that he'd be willing as well to hear about amendments. He did not go into great detail about what all of those amendments would be, and we have not seen any amendments yet from him. That bill is also still in the Senate committee. So what's going to happen next is each sponsor would look at possible amendments to his or her own bill, propose those amendments to the committees, Ways and Means Committee and EA in the Senate. Once the committees decide to pass the bill out, which we expect would happen, then they would go to the full House, full Senate for approval. If the bills pass in different forms with different amendments to them, then at some point the Senate and House would have to get together, of course, to agree on the final bill. The bills do take effect July 1st, so that the student member voting rights would kick in July 1st. The portions dealing with the elections would kick in at the next board election, which would be in 2022. So again, we are right now on hold waiting to see if the committees do decide to pass out those bills. Are there any questions?
General question, thank you. So could you go through the process again? The bill was read to the subcommittees in the Senate and the House.
The full committees, actually, Ways and Means Committee and the EA Committee.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, that's correct. So, and as we saw, those bills, language to those bills can change for whatever reason at the next reading. Is that true? And does that next reading occur to the committee? Or I'm just trying to get the process of how many more times it's read or shown to the committee before it's brought to the full floor?
So what happens at this point is that the work is done behind the scenes, usually by staff, but also directed by the members of the committee or by the sponsor of the bills. Now, in this case, the sponsor of the bills are members of their own committee, the committees that are considering it. So Delegate Patterson and Senator Ellis would ask their staff to work with the committee staff to draft the revised bill that will be presented to and voted on by the full committee. There's no timeline for that. There's no advance public notice, a lot of notice. Sometimes we do get notice that it's coming up the next day or the next voting session, but it's typically not something we would know far in advance. That's a lot of work done behind the scenes, but the voting sessions are public. Once the committees vote the bills out, then they're back on the floor of the House and the Senate on second reader, and then third reader is the final passage by the House and the Senate. Then it goes cross-filed over to the other Senate or the other House for consideration. Now, since these bills have been cross-filed, they've already been heard. It's not likely there'll be a public hearing on the House bill in the Senate and on the Senate bill in the House because they've already been heard in a sense. So our last public input, our last chance typically would be considered that Senate hearing that we testified in against the bill.
Okay, but that's not to say that we can't still, if the board chooses, provide input.
To always provide input. Now, whether that input is heard and listened to is another issue, but we can always provide it.
So, if I could,
Mr. Lucas, go ahead.
Obviously, other members can speak. I just feel that we ought to take a position other than the position that we took at our last meeting. If we truly have some concern about parts of the bill that either Senator Ellis or Delegate Patterson put forth. If we don't, then obviously our collective voice won't be heard. So I just want to put that out for my fellow board members.
Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to agree with Mr. Lucas on this, and I was vocal at the last time we met about coming out in full opposition, and I still am in full opposition of the bill as written. But change is going to come. Something's coming one way or the other. What is before us now, the amendments that I see, I think it's about as fair as you can get. Now, what's going to happen on the Senate side when those bills come together, we don't know. But I am still 100% against the process of how this happened. There is some information out there that I do believe is false that says we knew about this when we didn't. But I do want to take this time to publicly thank Mrs. Patterson for realizing that there's some opposition, and what is before us at this moment, in my opinion, certainly something I can live with. So I do agree with Mr. Lucas's recommendation on that. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Wilson. And to further comment, there was testimony given by some supporting people from Mr. Ellis's bill that was just 100% wrong, and that's very unfortunate. That people that profess to be leaders of any organization, that they would do that, because the makeup of this board is easily verified, and the inference that every commissioner district was not represented is just completely wrong. And we have people in Annapolis that are making decisions on information that is incorrect, and that's a very bad thing. So again, I would just, if there are things in the bill that collectively we would like to discuss, I think we should take the opportunity, if not today, sometime in the very near future. For me, the way that board members are elected is of concern in that it's a different way than commissioners are elected, and I don't see the supposed problem that's trying to be solved by doing that. I can understand having people run in separate districts, and I appreciate that. Then elect them the same way the commissioners are elected. Or why don't you, if you're so passionate about people being elected from a district, why weren't the commissioners' elections mentioned in the bill? So none of that makes sense to me, and this seems to be a solution for a problem that doesn't exist, is my personal opinion, because this board represents the entirety of the county, not just in where people live, but in the makeup of the people aboard by age, gender, nationality, ethnicity, skin color, everything. So I just wanted to say that publicly. But I do believe that we as a board ought to articulate any issues that we have with either proposed bills and send that in writing to Mr. Ellis and Ms. Patterson. Thank you.
Any other comments? Mrs. McGraw?
Well, I agree with my colleagues. I think, I will reiterate what I said at the last board meeting. I think this is a lost opportunity to at least voice our opinion regarding any amendments that might be proposed. So I would be in, agreement to take a look at what is being proposed and to make some comments on it. Now, the question I have is, what is the timeline that we're looking at, Mr. Schwartz? If we were to ask Chairman Wilson to set aside the next work section to work on it, is that too late? Or is that something we need to discuss today?
I will never say it's not too late, because we never know when the committee may decide to pass out its bill. There's no requirement they do it at any particular timeline. They could decide to do it rather quickly and very likely before our next work session. So if we wait too long, we won't have the input that we would otherwise seem to want at this point.
Could we send a request to Delegate Patterson and say, if the board agrees that we will convene a work session, and by that time we should have written comments in front of us so that we can see what the draft looks like?
Certainly. We were hoping to get a copy of the draft that Delegate Patterson is finalizing. I have not seen any final version of that. When we get that, we can certainly have a meeting of the board to review those, a public meeting, obviously, to review those changes and to see if that would change the position of the board. Again, I'm hoping that we would have that opportunity before the House Ways and Means decides to pass the bill out, and the Senate as well. I'm not sure if the Senate is actually working on amendments actively or not.
Right. So if it's the will of the board, if it's the will of the board, I'd like to propose, for us to discuss the possibility of a work session with Mr. Schwartz sending a message to the delegation that we are going to attempt to review set draft amendments. If the response is you don't have that much time, then we need to reconsider our timeline, if that's something the board would consider. Mr. Lucas?
I respectfully request that we'd have that work session on Monday the 15th.
Assuming,
Ms. McGraw?
Assuming that we have a copy of the final draft of any amendments, or based on the amendments that Mr. Luke, oh God, it's been a long day. Mr. Schwartz shared with us.
So those would be amendments from Ms. Patterson's original bill.
Okay.
Is that correct?
There are amendments that she verbally stated at her during the hearing of what she was willing to accept, and I could describe again what those amendments are.
I would take her and the staff on their work ethic that they could provide those before Monday.
I would agree.
Ms. Abel?
We already have a tentative work session scheduled for the 22nd.
I don't think.
What our concern is the timeline. It may be too late because of the Maryland Assembly being in session, and this bill could move quickly.
I can't, again, give you a definitive timeline. I expect that the House Ways and Means Committee would pass the bill out before the 22nd if they're going to pass it at all.
And I tend to agree with Mr. Lucas. I think sooner versus later is probably the best approach, which would be, as stated, you said the 15th?
I think that's next Monday.
This coming Monday.
Yeah.
Is that a motion? Did you make a motion?
And
Was that just a suggestion?
well, what I was going
That
to,
was just, doesn't have to be a Monday, that's just
Yeah.
a suggestion.
so if somebody wants to entertain a motion, Ms. McGraw?
I move we have a work session on March the 15th to discuss House Bill 1060 amendments.
Second.
Moved by Ms. McGraw, second by Mr. Lucas. Discussion, I just want to say, as some of my colleagues has already previously stated, number one, and I know this has been a long day. Number one, I am very concerned about the process that has unfolded. And I understand we're in a situation where we're kind of being forced to compromise, but I want to make sure that when we have this meeting, that somehow we incorporate that this is not an endorsement of, of the bill in terms of we still think that there should be a public process. Number two, watching both proceedings, I will share that I was a bit surprised at the purpose of the bill and that how this unfolded. I think the delegation, as well as some of the members out in the community, they need to give us a chance to rectify this perception and at least provide substances, information that would lend itself that we need to create legislation in order to dictate representation. And I just wanted to reinforce to the public, whether this bill gets passed or not, we represent every district and every student in Charles County Public Schools. That's worth saying again. We represent every student in every district, regardless where we live at. And I was a bit taken back that we had to hear about it while the Maryland Assembly was in session. And so the other part of this discussion is after the Maryland Assembly ends, we need to reach out to our elected officials and saying, hey, we need a better lines of communications. And I am willing always to compromise, but I still stand that this bill demands a public process. But given the fact that the political process is such, we may lose a lot more than what is necessary. And it's unfortunate, in my words, a manipulation of a democratic process to get this end result. It is not the intent for a combative relationship. It's far from it. It's about conversations and deliberations that are more meaningful and beneficial, that serves the greater good of the community. And I just hope that they will be receptive to a conversation so that there are other bills that affect the school system that we are a willing and able participant in a process. But as long as it is upfront and public, I'm all about it. So thank you. Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just would like to reiterate what you stated. Basically, my suggestion that things that are presented before us now look far better than what is originally being proposed. I still am against the way the whole process has unfolded from day one, and from the flat-out false information that's being stated. As a colleague of mine told me, it was stated in Annapolis that we have no District 4 representation on our board. Well, the gentleman across the way from me resides in District 4. There's a lot of false information that's going on, and people believe it because when your elected officials say it, why not believe them? It's a shame what's happened. It's a shame that in today's day and age, when thousands of people in the state have died from a pandemic, thousands more have lost their jobs, and this is what our representatives want to focus on at this moment. It's a shame, and that's all I'm going to say about it. But there are people far more powerful than us that are going to force us to make a decision one way or the other. Thank you.
Hearing no other discussion, all those in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Hancock, Ms. Brown, Ms. McGraw, Ms. Abel, Mrs. Battle Lockhart, Mr. Lucas, and myself, Ms. Wilson, and affirmative from Mr. Hurd. Motion passed. Miss Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there anything that we have pending for the 22nd work session? And if not, could that be combined? Or do we still have to have two?
Nothing is scheduled at this time, and the answer that I would give you is if there was, yes, we could combine it.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, anything
Okay.
else?
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any unfinished business?
Well, I do.
Ms. McGraw, go ahead.
Well, this is truly unfinished business, but we have several policies that we need to bring to closure. We were working on them prior to the pandemic closing us down, so I think it's worthwhile for us to revisit them and wrap it up. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention and I think each and every one of us are part of a committee that was working on policy revision that we all need to revisit. So
I don't even remember which one.
I have it written down, I can tell you.
So what,
I think it was 9,000, but
so what
I thought we passed it.
What I can do is I can send out an updated email to all of the board members with the policy assignment, coupled with asking you if any of you would be prepared for March 15th, the work session, to discuss it and possibly add it as an agenda item. And then that way, that gives you time to go back and reevaluate and get reacquainted with the assignment. And I can get that email to you within the next 24 hours. And that gives you enough time to respond to say, hey, I think we're prepared to do something at the work session. If not, there will be other work sessions. But good point, Madam Vice Chairman. Any other unfinished business? Any new business? Any future agenda items?
New business suspension of policies.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You gotta.
We do have a recommendation to continue suspended policies for another board meeting. All of the policies listed have been suspended continually since the beginning of the process, with a few exceptions that have been added and discussed in recent months. The one change we're looking to make is the very end of the report, policy 5132.2, concerning minimum grades. And we're looking to, again, extend this for one more quarter so that students may be assigned third quarter grades of at least a 50, and to continue that into the third quarter.
Do we need a consensus or a motion?
Need a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. McGraw. Second by Ms. Brown. Discussion? Ms. Abel?
You said all policies are the same as they have been?
From last month into this month, and most of them have been suspended since the beginning of the process. The few that we've added, things like the extracurricular activities, we've been suspending as we go, and that was added last month to continue for the third quarter and the spring athletics.
And did I hear you say, I'm sorry, I was reading, did I hear you say something about the grading policy for third quarter?
So the grading policy is the one policy we're looking to make an extension of, to suspend it continually for a different reason. So we've been suspending policy 5132.2 for the first quarter and second quarter, and now we're looking to suspend that policy for the third quarter as well. And that's the only change from last month.
And the reasoning for that?
The reasoning is the same that we shared in the last two times that we talked about it. There really has not been a significant change, and we feel to provide consistency really for the rest of the school year to continue the policy that you all graciously voted on. It is helping students, and we feel that bringing them back into the building with third quarter policy still being suspended will offer us the ability to help students to be able to pass courses where they're right on the cusp of passing. But since we still really don't have students in the building, we believe that it's in their best interest to suspend the policy for the third quarter.
And when does the third quarter end?
March 29th.
Any other questions? Discussion? Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in regards to that policy, I can probably bring myself to do this one more time, but once we get into phase two, I'm going to personally have a hard time continuing to adjust that grading policy. Thank you.
Anyone else? Those in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Hancock, Ms. Brown, Mrs. McGraw, Mrs. Battle Lockhart, Mr. Lucas, Ms. Wilson, and Mr. Hurd affirms. Oppose? Ms. Abel opposes. Motions carries. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Is there any future agenda items? Mr. Lucas?
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I was going to bring this up, and Mr. Hurd mentioned it. Dr. Hill, and it might just be a brush off of what happened last year, but if we could get some options for graduation, and the sooner the public can hear that, and for the public's sake, understand, we're limited by the amount of people that can gather, but I think the sooner that we promulgate that, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Future agenda items? Hearing none. We can now go on break until 4:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Our next item on the agenda is resolutions. We will be doing Month of the Young Child presented by Ms. Brown.
Resolution, the Board of Education of Charles County, the Month of the Young Child, March the 10th, 2021. Whereas April has been designated the Month of the Young Child, and Charles County Public Schools is celebrating with the national theme, Celebrating Our Youngest Learners. And young children in Charles County are valued as early learners with unique needs, and whereas all schools in partnership with public and private agencies and the community recognize and celebrate young children in Charles County. And whereas all children should enter school ready to learn, regardless of age, competencies, and particular characteristics. And whereas young children are the future adults of Charles County and must be well prepared to enter our society as lifelong learners and citizens of the community. Now and therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County declares April 2021 as the Month of the Young Child in recognition of the well-being of young children in America, and be it further resolved that a copy of the resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. by order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 10th day of March 2021. Kimberly A. Hill, Superintendent of Schools, Latina L. Wilson, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next up, we'll have the reading of the National Student Leadership Week read by Mr. Ian Hurd.
Copy of the resolution, Ms. Wilson. Do you have it there, Mr. Hurd? Yes. Okay, Mr. Hurd.
I have a hard copy.
Okay.
With the hard copy?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Whereas many students develop and demonstrate exceptional leadership skills by participating in academic, community, and co-curricular activities in Charles County Public Schools, and whereas these activities include student government, academic clubs, fine arts clubs and activities, athletics, vocational clubs, and other organized events, and whereas student leaders have provided valuable services to their community, their schools, and the school system, and whereas today's students have the potential to make the world a better place, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education designate the week of April 18th to 24th, 2021, National Student Leadership Week, and be it further resolved that the Board recognize and encourage our student leaders throughout the system, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the March 9th, 2021 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 9th day of March, 2021, Kimberly A. Hill, Superintendent of Schools, Latina L. Wilson, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Thank you. Next up is Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. And good evening once again, Chairman Wilson, Vice Chair McGraw, board members, Dr. Hill, and staff. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the moment that you've been waiting for. The real reason why we are here, why we do what we do. We've assembled this evening to recognize a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. Tonight, I'm pleased to present to you 5 students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the following areas: academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this evening are Iris Golden, 12th grader from Maurice J. McDonough High School; Toby Ojo, 8th grader from Milton Middle School; Iona Iris Pangretti, 5th grader from Gale-Bailey Elementary School; Madison Owens, 5th grader from Mary H. Matula Elementary School; and Logan Boswell, 5th grader from Arthur Middleton Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals: Linda Gill, interim principal at Maurice J. McDonough High School; Sandra Taylor, principal at Milton Middle School; Tangi Scales, principal at Gale-Bailey Elementary School; Carrie Richardson, principal at Matula Elementary School; and Ben Harrington, principal at Arthur Middleton Elementary School. Our students will be recognized virtually at this time.
In the world of mythology, the Greek goddess Iris is a messenger who is bright, cheerful, humble, and witty. She excels in all she does. It is appropriate then to recognize in the area of academic achievement Maurice J. McDonough High School senior Iris Golden. Iris excels in all she does. She has demonstrated her ability to balance a wide variety of activities. She excels in rigorous coursework and has enrolled in several AP courses. At McDonough High School, she has participated in both orchestra and chamber choir, and if you have not heard her sing the national anthem at one of our events, you are certainly missing out. She has served in student government since middle school, and she's currently the senior class historian. Iris is also a talented student athlete. She has been our RAM Award winner 3 times for volleyball, swimming, and lacrosse because of her motivation and leadership. She's on track to earn our senior RAM Award for earning 9 or more varsity letters during her high school career. Her work ethic is contagious. She consistently creates a dedicated atmosphere on her teams. Iris competes with pride and intensity. Iris is a prime example of the student athlete that every school hopes to call their own. She is hardworking and driven, respectful and cooperative, and she takes pride in all that she does. She has a positive impact in all areas where she is involved and is always looking for ways to improve her team collectively. Iris is also a leader in the classroom. She has a record of high academic performance and has enrolled in multiple advanced placement courses. She consistently earns principal's honors while balancing extracurricular activities and community service. She volunteers at a soup kitchen and packs bags of necessities for those in need. She also sings at the Sage Point Assisted Living Center. It is a great privilege to recognize Iris Golden for academic achievement for Maurice J. McDonough High School for 2021.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandra Taylor, proud principal of Milton Summers Middle School, and I have the honor and privilege of recognizing Toby Ojo, an 8th grader, as our outstanding student in the area of academic achievement. Toby's academic profile is one we are quite familiar with. Maintains principal's honor roll while taking all gifted and enrichment classes. His classes include Algebra 1 and Spanish 1, which count for high school credits. Although state testing was waived last year, Toby's performance on Park in 6th grade was exceptional. He was a few points shy of achieving a perfect math score. Toby aspires to be a game developer. He said that he's always enjoyed playing video games, and since the quarantine, he has had more time to research about game design. He shared that he does have some coding experience and is in the process of working on a mod for a popular game called Terraria. He plans to take computer science and coding classes in high school to help with pursuing his dream. His teachers agree that his academic abilities, work ethic, drive, and positive attitude attribute to his academic excellence. But what sets Toby apart from all the rest is his well-roundedness as an individual. He is an athlete. He's been playing baseball since he was 6 years old. He has been a member of the Mesa team and is an accomplished musician where he participated in all-county band and all-county jazz band in 7th grade. His caring spirit to help others is fostered by being a member of the Union League Boys and Girls Club, a gamers club, and ushering at his church. Academic prowess, strong work ethic, humanitarian-like traits, and being goal-oriented are qualities of a true outstanding student and characteristics that I hope will rub off on any person that he meets. Please join me in congratulating Toby Ojo as Milton Summers' outstanding student in the area of academic achievement.
Good afternoon. I'm Tangi Scales, proud principal of Gale-Bailey Elementary School, and I have the privilege of recognizing Iris Pangrati, 5th grader, as our outstanding student in the area of academic achievement. Ayana Iris Pangrati is a gifted 5th grade scholar at Gale-Bailey Elementary School. Iris, who is originally from Romania, has attended Gale-Bailey since kindergarten and has consistently earned principal's honor roll by maintaining an A in every class. Mr. Kennedy said, whenever we are discussing a book, she always has a remarkable response and really thinks about the readings. She doesn't just think about the book, she really looks for what the author really meant about the passage.
Iris enjoys reading, especially books that have a fantasy theme. Her favorite book series is Harry Potter. Her favorite subjects in school are reading and art, but shows dedication and hard work in every subject. In writing, Mr. Hawkins states that Iris' writings are creative and well written throughout. You can tell that Iris has a vivid imagination, and she shows how to get her thoughts on paper. Miss Roscoe, her math teacher, noted that Iris is a true critical thinker, uses self-reflection often, and is a perfectionist. She is also a good friend and a great role model for other students. She works hard with her peers and is always there to lend a helping hand. She is a team player and a born leader. Iris has been a member of the Gale-Bailey math team for 2 years. She always steered the team towards the right answers and kept a cool and calm approach. Before COVID, this scholar's free time was spent playing soccer, but now she likes to talk to her sister, Ann Kat, who lives back in Romania. In the future, she would like to become a pediatrician. Not only is Iris dedicated, hardworking, and a team player, but she sees her future. For all these reasons, it is Gale-Bailey's honor to recognize Iris for academic achievement.
The staff and students at Mary H. Matula are proud to recognize 5th grader Madison Owens in the area of career readiness. To be college and career ready, a student should graduate high school with the knowledge, skills, and dispositions necessary to succeed. As an elementary school student, Madison is laying the groundwork for her future now. Madison is a student with never-ending curiosity and drive. She regularly does more than is expected of her. She is an avid reader with a passion for knowledge beyond what she knows and is always looking to learn more. An active participant in virtual learning, Madison is always offering suggestions and tips to her peers to help them navigate the internet more easily. Recently, she shared with Mrs. Koch, Matula's media specialist, that she plans to be a marine biologist, and she knows that she needs to start doing research now so that she is ready to study marine biology in college. Madison bookmarks interesting sites she has visited so that she can return to them later. Her 4th and 5th grade teachers, Mrs. Gabala and Mrs. Chancellor, shared many of the same sentiments about Madison. She completes and submits her work on time and asks what else she can be doing. Madison actively participates in class discussions and contributes to her own learning as well as the learning of others. She is always prepared for class and takes pride in everything that she does. In addition to being an outstanding student, Madison has participated in Matula's Spark program, spreading positive acts of random kindness, both in 4th and 5th grade, and this year she is a program leader. Madison is a member of Matula's 5th grade Mesa team, and prior to COVID, she played soccer. An exceptional student with a clear path for her future, I am proud to recognize Madison Owens, future marine biologist in the area of career readiness.
Good evening. I'm Ben Harrington, principal of Arthur Middleton Elementary School. Logan Boswell is an excellent example of what personal responsibility looks like at Arthur Middleton. Logan is on time and ready to learn every day. He participates throughout class and is always willing to help a classmate. He consistently turns in assignments, actively engages in small group and whole group discussions, and always provides an insightful perspective on topics discussed. Logan works hard to do his best academic work, but also loves to be creative. He enjoys art and drawing, creating things on his 3D printer, taking care of his variety of pets, and completing projects with Legos. Logan is also involved with math team and Mesa. Logan's interests extend beyond the classroom with much emphasis on science and the world. He has shared his love for animals to include several family pets, such as his hamster, hermit crab, cat, dog, and their new furry hedgehog. He is also very interested in paleontology as a future career, as he loves learning about the past and discovering new things. While his involvement in school-based clubs has added to his interest, Logan is an outside-the-box thinker who links concepts and ideas he has learned to experiences in his surrounding environment. His exemplary characteristics don't stop there. Logan is also an outstanding peer. He emulates what it means to be respectful, responsible, and safe at Arthur Middleton and encourages peers to follow suit to create a welcoming and safe classroom environment. Arthur Middleton is proud to have Logan Boswell represent our school. His personal responsibility and personal motivation are so great, one day we'll hear of the many great things Logan Boswell has created or discovered. Thank you, Logan, for contributing to our school and motivating others by your exemplary personal responsibility.
And we will now turn it over to Ms. Charlene Ogburn from Human Resources to announce the exemplary employees.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Good evening, Chairman Wilson, Superintendent Dr. Hill, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. It is my pleasure to present and introduce our 5 exemplary employees who have demonstrated such a great amount of excellence. Each employee's principal has recorded video introduction sharing a few words about their outstanding performance. I would like to begin by introducing our first recipient, Ms. Bethany Berkowitz, a business education teacher at McDonough J High School, presented by interim principal Linda Gill. Ms. Monica Strobel, a language art teacher at Milton Summers Middle School, represented by Principal Sandra Taylor. Ms. Carolyn Scott, a kindergarten instructional assistant from Gale-Bailey Elementary School, represented by Principal Tangela Scales. Ms. Jennifer Malone, a reading resource teacher from Mary H. Matula Elementary School, presented by Principal Carrie Richardson. And finally, Ms. Janet Ryan, a reading interventionist instructional assistant from Arthur Middleton Elementary School, represented by Principal Benjamin Harrington.
Teachers who love teaching teach students who love learning. McDonough High School proudly recognizes Bethany Berkowitz, a business education teacher who exemplifies that sentiment. Her approach to building relationships and expecting success is masterful. Ms. Berkowitz teaches personal finance and accounting finance this year. She calls her classroom the class of life. This phrase is fitting because many of her students attest to how her passion for teaching and learning influences them and their decisions. She consistently thinks about how to educate the whole child to prepare them for financially successful life. Ms. Berkowitz welcomes all kinds of technology challenges, trends, and changes. The transition to virtual learning has thrown down the gauntlet to all of us, but it has not dimmed her ability to get to know her students. In fact, she has simply moved to a virtual environment and made it look easy. She used to welcome students from the moment they walked in the door. Now she welcomes them as she admits them from the Zoom waiting room. She used to assist students during herd time, and now she opens breakout rooms. She used to provide technology sessions for coworkers, and now she holds Zoom meetings to help us McDonough staff with navigating Synergy, Zoom, Teams, Nearpod, and Dropbox. As a department chair and our school Synergy coordinator, Ms. Berkowitz has been an invaluable resource to staff in addition to students. She has continued to go above and beyond for her students and colleagues. In addition to her work at McDonough, Ms. Berkowitz makes key contributions to the Charles County CTE program. She's a teacher mentor, a member of the curriculum writing team, professional learning facilitator, and CTE PAC member. As students, we all wanted a teacher who believed in us and our success. At McDonough High School, we have that teacher, Bethany Berkowitz.
Good afternoon. I'm Sandra Taylor, proud principal of Milton Summers Middle School, and I have the honor of presenting our exemplary employee. Ms. Monica Strobel is born and bred from Charles County. She graduated from Thomas Stone High School, matriculated to UMBC, where she earned her degree in English literature. Upon graduation, she returned to Charles County, accepted her first teaching position as an 8th grade ELA teacher at Milton Summers Middle School, and has remained here for 17 years. You can't be more loyal than that. Her dedication and loyalty rolled right on over into the school setting. She has been the yearbook sponsor for 14 years, National Junior Honor Society sponsor for 7 years, and team leader for the past 2 years. During my 14 years of being a principal, I have conducted countless walkthroughs and observations. And what makes Monica such an exceptional teacher is her ability to implement a variety of strategies and techniques into her instruction, as well as modifying assignments, working with small groups of students, or even prescriptively planning for individual students to ensure students are grasping the concepts. Ms. Strobel is receptive to new ideas and is willing to try anything because she strives to get maximum performance out of her students, regardless of their ability level. Ms. Strobel truly embodies all of the characteristics of an outstanding educator, and so it is with great Seahawks pride that I present to you our exemplary employee for this school year, Ms. Monica Strobel.
You will know a Gale-Bailey lion by their love. Ms. Scott has been an instructional assistant in the kindergarten classroom for the past 10 years. In this capacity, she has been involved in both instruction and planning. Ms. Jones, kindergarten teacher, states, Ms. Scott is clever, hardworking, focused, and very kind. She is an outstanding instructional assistant. Ms. Scott consistently loves the whole child and staff. During classroom management discussions, when reviewing student progress in classroom organization, she consistently contributes thoughtful questions and suggestions that are based on detailed anecdotal notes and work samples. She always advocates for student independence and uses of best developmental practices. I personally find her cheering me on and encouraging me and supporting me in everything I do. She is a consistent champion for students and staff. During this period of distant learning, Ms. Scott has utilized her interpersonal skills to ensure that kindergartners, past and present, have their needed supplies to be successful and thrive. She has gone out of her way to ensure families knew how and where to access food and technology. She has personally delivered packages to families. Knowing that the student is part of a family unit, when a parent shared her personal struggles with distant learning, she takes time to assist that family. Every Wednesday, Ms. Scott provides additional support to all of the students in her class. She understands that all students need opportunities to grow. In years past, Ms. Scott has organized parent volunteers to run the Pride Shop, as well as organize and order the student rewards. Ms. Scott is one of the first people to volunteer her time to help her coworkers, students, and families. The Gale-Bailey family appreciates Ms. Scott and feels that she is well deserving to be honored for her love and her roaring lion pride.
Good afternoon. I am Carrie Richardson, and I am the principal of Mary H. Matula Elementary School. When I looked up the word exemplary, the definition was representing the best of its kind. I couldn't think of a more fitting way to describe Mary H. Matula's reading resource teacher, Jennifer Malone. Jen joined Matula's instructional leadership team 4 years ago after spending 20 successful years at Malcolm Elementary School as a classroom teacher and a reading resource teacher. From her first day at Matula, she jumped right in and hasn't stopped. A dedicated educator, Jen goes above and beyond to make sure that teachers and students have what they need to be successful. She is responsive to questions asked and follows through with accurate responses, needed resources, and innovative ideas. A kindergarten colleague shared that Jen is the first to ask her teachers, "What can I do to help? What do you need from me?" Jen is very knowledgeable about grade level standards and the art of teaching. She shares creative methods to engage students, both in person and in the virtual setting, and she always makes herself available to model strategies or co-teach a lesson. She can be counted on to assist with running records, even at the last minute, intervention groups, and selecting just the right level text. A special educator shared that before having Jen to work with, she felt lost teaching the reading curriculum and interventions to her students. With Jen's support and guidance, she is so much more confident in her ability to do so. Even if she is busy drafting quarterly planning calendars or creating a poem to excite the school community about Read Across America, Jen is never too busy to stop and help. She is always willing to listen, guide, and support. Jennifer Malone is an exemplary reading resource teacher, an absolute pleasure to work with, and a valued member of the Matula school team. Congratulations on this most deserved recognition.
My name is Ben Harrington, the proud principal of Arthur Middleton Elementary, home of the Owls. Today, I have the pleasure of recognizing an individual who started in a new position a few years ago and has a great impact on our students and school community by her initiative. Mrs. Janet Ryan transitioned from her role as a media assistant to the reading interventionist position 3 years ago. She was apprehensive in this transition, but grabbed onto the opportunity to make a difference with students in her new role. Mrs. Ryan has worked extensively to expand her knowledge and, in turn, train others who are providing interventions to students at our school. She works closely with our instructional leadership team and teachers to schedule students in her groups. Virtual instruction hasn't slowed this down. Mrs. Ryan was eager to get started with groups this year because she understands her value and impact on students. You can find Mrs. Ryan on a typical day working with her virtual learning at her virtual learning station to include her laptop, document camera, and leveled literacy intervention materials. If a student needs material, Mrs. Ryan finds a way to get it to them. She is always coordinating with others to meet the needs of her students, and her impact has been great. Mrs. Ryan has been with Charles County Public Schools for 18 years and has had positions which include technology facilitator, media instructional assistant, administrative assistant, and reading interventionist. Her current position, reading interventionist, has had a lasting impact on students and colleagues at Arthur Middleton. Ms. Ryan has received many positive accolades from parents as she supports students. She also ensures the intervention materials are organized and inventoried for others who are delivering the intervention she uses. She is a model of consistency and dedication to our students, staff, and community. It is with great pleasure that I present Ms. Janet Ryan as the Arthur Middleton Exemplary Employee for 2020-2021.
Over to you, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne.
One more presentation, Ms. Wilson, Mr. Hine.
Good evening, everyone, again. As a result of a string of positive emails recognizing the efforts of building service staff at North Point High School with the recent hosting of the COVID vaccinations, we've been coordinating and collaborating with the health department during the month of February, during the inclement weather days, when we had the snow, ice, freezing rain, and all of that. They had actually moved their facilities and their vaccination clinic over to North Point a number of times. So we wanted to recognize the building service staff there, but North Point, but also beyond the staff at North Point. Keep in mind that even with the school closures that took place going back to last March, we had to continue to operate our buildings. We had to make sure that the mechanical systems were running. We had to continue to mow the lawns, take care of the landscaping around there. Obviously continue with snow removal during that time. So telework is not a long-term option for folks in building service, but many other trades, the maintenance staff, food and nutrition service workers. But again, wanted to focus on the building service staff again as a result of what they've been doing over at North Point and other buildings. During the fall and early winter time, we had again, collaboration with the public health department. We had flu clinics that took place, flu vaccinations took place in a number of our campuses. There was a drive-up operation. And also we did a number of times, a number of our campuses also hosted COVID testing in collaboration with the health department. And again, with the building service assisting with that, again, there are many tireless efforts and hours they work behind the scenes to keep our buildings going. So before I introduce the video again, I'd just like to personally thank Victor Woodland the manager at North Point who keeps that building going, and that's a building that always has things going on, even under, the situation we're in with the pandemic and COVID, with, still hosting activities at that school. And also Diane Dye, the events coordinator over there, and that's all under the leadership of Dan Capel, the principal at North Point. So just, many of our folks, who work, again, behind the scenes and a thankless job. We just want to take a moment to recognize what they've been doing behind the scenes since last March, but what they just do on an everyday basis to keep our buildings clean and safe and operating. I just wanted to thank them. Thank you.
My job is basically to make sure the kids and the staff are safe and the building is operating properly each day for the staff to come in.
I love my job. I love this building. I've been here over 20-some years, about 26 years.
Everybody in here is almost like extended family, so I love talking to everybody, making sure everybody's fine. We crack jokes all day, every day, and I really enjoy it.
When you walk in, when these kids see you, how, hey, Miss Lisa, hey, Miss Butler, all day long. It's just a good place to be.
At the heart of our staff is our secretarial staff and our building service team. And our team has just been amazing, and they keep Matula running.
They are hardworking. They are friendly, because relationships are important, whether it's students or staff members. They are compassionate.
If I'm dragging in because I know I've got a pretty packed day, those are the smiling faces that greet me every morning. They always look out for me.
When you're working in building services, it's like a family.
Everyone looks out for each other. Help when you need to be helped, we help.
We have conversations about and the bars and everything that's happening. It's very concerning, for everybody, so. And we move on after that. And I'm very, very proud to say the team is working, building service team is working great.
We was down here helping to disinfect every time someone got out. We disinfect the chairs, doorknobs. It was a safe environment for the people to come in. And they felt safer when they got there seeing us doing it. That's the pride that we was involved, and we was involved for doing something special. And they give you a sense of pride to want to do it more.
When they say essential, that's basically what we are. We do all the protective stuff to make sure to make things safe and healthy for everybody else that walks in this building. And we show people that by us looking out for the community, that we believe that we're leaving them in a safe place.
The anxiety of being in a public place is lessened because of all of their efforts, and we see it every day.
I can articulate that to the staff. I can articulate that to visitors, community members, and let them know that I really feel okay being in our building because I know that every precaution is being taken.
At the end of the day, make sure everybody go home safe and continue to be safe, because I would hate to see anything happen to anybody, here at this building or any building. Really take it serious.
I enjoy my job a lot. I love my job. We're here for the kids.
What I do reflects on the kids and help the kids with their education.
And I love being around the kids. I mean, we can talk to them, they got problems. Some of them come to us about problems.
I feel proud when I walk in this building and I walk out. I feel 100%. I feel good.
Sometimes I go home and I just think about, what I've done for that day, and I can smile.
I just want to say a sincere thank you to all building service workers.
Thank you so much, building service.
Thank you, building service staff.
Very nice. Congratulations again to all of our magnificent students. All of them carry with them quite a bit of accomplishments. To our dedicated and committed employees, thank you so much for what you do. In the building service workers, absolutely well-deserved, and what perfect timing to have a video to recognize that all the hard work that they carry out, especially during COVID. So at this time, I'm going to ask Mr. Schwartz, do you want to come forward now before we go into public forum?
It's up to you.
I think we have an opportunity because of time to share with the board something that just unfolded that we need to get a consensus.
So while I was presenting earlier on Delegate Patterson's bill, she forwarded to our attention her amendments. So we actually have those amendments now. I can present those amendments to the board tonight, and we can take action tonight rather than waiting until Monday's work session. It shouldn't take long to walk through the amendments. They were pretty much what we would have expected based on what she said at the hearing last week, or 2 weeks ago now. So it's the board's pleasure. I have copies to present to the board, and we can discuss it.
Is that the will of the board? Raise your hand if there is consensus. Well, we're just going through.
Look at it.
Checking the box, just making sure. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
So what you have before you is, 6 pages or so of a lot of language that's caps, crossed out, underlined. Let me explain what that means as we go, and I can explain what Delegate Patterson is attempting to do to her bill and to what law is now and how she's looking to change it. So if you flip to page 2, we can start there. On page 2, anything that's in regular type, not caps, not underlined, not bold, is current law. Anything that is bracketed, so on line 8, for example, you see where it says 7 voting, and then voting is bracketed out, and it says elected. Anything bracketed out is what the original bill that was introduced is attempting to take out of law. And then anything in all caps, say the word elected on page 8, is anything that's being added in the original bill to the law. So again, the original bill that was introduced by Delegate Patterson would have changed the word voting to elected. Anything that's struck out, say line 11 where it says 6 members and 6 members are struck out, that means if it's all caps strikeout, that means that she is taking it out of her original bill as an amendment. So she's amending it out. So for example, on line 11 where it says 6 members shall, and now it says 1 member is underlined, shall, that means she's changing 6 to 1, and that's the place where it talks about commissioner districts rather than board districts. So what she's proposing to do in the original bill was to have 6 Board of Education districts to be drawn by the commissioners. And now she's changing that in her proposal to 4 commissioner districts. And this is something she said she was going to do. It makes sense. I think everybody's in support of that. If you go down to line 16, where it says 1 member shall be elected from the county at large, now it says 3 members. So that's what her proposal is. So she's changing 1 member elected at large to 3. So before commissioner district elected members and 3 at-large members. So again, that's her proposal as of now, her amended bill. A lot of the strikeout language on the rest of page 2 is dealing with establishing Board of Education districts. We don't need to do that anymore, so that's why it's all struck out. And if you turn to the next page, on page 3, starting at line 7, it has certain qualifications for board members. This is what the original bill said. So the original bill said that board members would have to be 21 years old, have to reside in the county for 3 years, and they would forfeit the office if they either move out of their now county commissioner district or if they move out of the county if they're not a registered voter anymore. So that is what she's proposing. That's how you would lose your office. If you look on line 18, 19, and 20, where it says an individual employed by or under the direction of a county board, county superintendent is not eligible to serve on the county board, that's current law. That's not found in this particular section of the law, which is why it's added here. But that's not a change in law. That's current law as it is. At the very bottom of the page, you'll see that she's changing the seating of new board members from the 3rd Monday in December to the 1st Monday in December. Again, that was in the original bill as well. That's a change in current law. If you turn to the next page, line 3, 4, 5, 6 talks about staggered elections. So again, our elected board serves, as you know, 4-year terms consecutive, and currently This would make it staggered elections, and I'll talk about that in a few minutes, how that's staggered. Line 7 and 8 is term limits. So you'd serve no more than 2 consecutive terms. That was in the original bill as well. And then from line 9 down to pretty much the rest of the page, current law says that there's a vacancy on the board, the rest of the board members fill that vacancy. That's current law. The original bill that was introduced changed that to say the county commissioners would fill vacancies. Delegate Patterson is now suggesting to amend the bill back to say the board would still fill its own vacancies, so it's sort of flip-flop back and forth. So what all that means would be that the Board of Education would still fill its own vacancies. If you turn to page 5, on line 2324 of page 5, as her original bill stated, the student member would be a voting member of the board. What she's proposing to add now, that is in unlined numbers, but starting below line 24, is the limitations on that voting right. So the student will be able to vote on all matters except those related to hearings on appeals of special education placements, which we don't do anyway, but that's what other board limitations, boards of education have that limitation for other student members. Number 2 said hearings held under 4205 and 7305 of the of this article. 7305 appeals are student appeals, student discipline appeals. 4205 is the catch-all appeals that most of our appeals fall under. Line 3 is personnel matters, including those under, it says section 6-102. It actually should be 6-201. That's a typo in her proposal, but it'd be section 201 and section 6202 of this article. That's the hiring and firing and suspension of certificated personnel and the hiring of non-certificated personnel. Number 4, the appointment, salary, and evaluation of the county superintendent. Number 5, collective bargaining. Number 6, capital and operating budgets. And number 7, school closing openings and boundaries. All of those things, 1 through 7, are added to her bill under her amendments. They were not in the original bill. If you turn to the next page, the starting on lines 8 through 15 or 8 through 13, it talks about how the staggering would work. So the county commissioner elected individuals would be elected in one cycle, and county at large members would be elected in a different cycle, and it would stagger it, and that's set up in the way she's amending her bill. What's not included in her bill, and I added this to the bottom of page 6, are 3 things that I think we may want to consider suggesting to her. Number 1, I would suggest that we ask Delegate Patterson to add in that the student member cannot come to an executive session unless it's dealing with an item he can vote on or she can vote on. Number 2, if there's a question about whether the issue at hand falls under one of those 7 exclusions, then this item number 2 would say that the rest of the board, the elected board members, would determine whether the student is allowed to vote on that item. Now that's important because in other counties, they've had this very issue come up, and there's been a debate and discussion and controversy about what the student is and is allowed to vote on based on the exclusions that are stated in law for those counties. So this would clarify what a couple other counties have, not every county, but a couple other counties have this provision that the rest of the board would then determine, does this fall under, say, budget or collective bargaining, that would exclude the student's voting right. And number 3, the student may be removed from office in the same manner as an elected board for misconduct, insubordination, etc. So those 1, 2, 3 on bottom of page 6 are not in Delegate Patterson's original bill or her proposed amended bill, which I would suggest that we consider asking her to add. So I'm available for any questions, and if you wanted to discuss any part of this piece by piece.
Ms. Abel?
Yes, I have a question and a recommendation. Find it now. It is bill page 4, line 16. I know it's not in bold, but I'm not sure that we have ever followed this procedure before, so.
This procedure about having public voting and public meetings about filling vacancies was actually added to the law about 6 years ago, maybe,
Okay,
after
so
after we
after
filled
we
our
did.
last vacancy,
Okay.
because there were complaints that our procedure was too secretive. So the General Assembly actually put a bill in and changed that law for us concerning filling vacancies and making that a public process.
Okay.
So that's not a change in current law, although we've never used that process because we haven't had a vacancy since this has been adopted.
I just know in the past, we didn't do them in public,
Exactly.
so. And then my recommendation, if it's okay with, and the will of the board, if we maybe just go page by page. And, because there's a lot here.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we need to look at this front page?
The front page is just a description of the bill. It's not,
So
it
starting
doesn't
on
have any
page
legal
2?
effect. It's really page 2.
So do we want to, I'm sorry, Ms. Abel?
I would just like to say off the bat, I feel like we are being attacked with this. Because this is only for us, not for the county commissioners too. And if they're going to want all these restrictions put in place at the board level, then it should also be at the county commissioner level.
If I could speak to that for just a moment. There is a separate bill in House Bill 655, which applies to the county commissioners as well as other counties, not just Charles County, but it does apply to the Charles County commissioners, that would require commissioners to live in the district and be voted from their district, just like this.
Okay.
That bill was introduced with, sort of in the same way this was introduced. It was, there wasn't much public discussion locally about that, and it was introduced late, and it has passed the House. So there seems to be a lot of support in Annapolis for this kind of setup, where you have districts electing their own people. Now, I will say that that's not true for every member of the General Assembly, but nonetheless, it will be true for the county commissioners if that House bill passes, House Bill 655, and then this would apply to our Board of Education.
Ms., go ahead, Ms.
Oh,
McGraw.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Ms. Abel, were you finished?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Ms. McGraw?
I was just going to comment that that bill was introduced by someone from another county, not even Charles County.
Correct.
Doesn't
And it
Charles-
applies to a lot of school systems, a lot of county governments across the state. I think Calvert, Queen Anne's, I have the list, but it's more than just Charles. It's not every county, but it's more than just Charles.
Mr. Lucas?
So regarding that, line 14 and 15, is there, how can we state it so that it should be, the election of board members should be consistent with the election of county commissioners? Is there a way to do that, if that were the will of the board?
There's always a way to do that. Again, assuming that House Bill 655 passes the Senate, which I'm thinking it will, the way the momentum it has, then this language then would match what the county commissioners would be doing.
But if it didn't,
If
then
it
it
did
wouldn't
not pass,
match.
correct.
And I'm not comfortable with that.
Correct.
So
And
that's
if it-
why I'm asking if there's a way, if there's a way to show our position for that, is what I'm asking you.
So certainly, I mean, language could always be drawn up to say whatever we want, and one thing it could say is just what you said, that this would only take effect if that other bill passes, or that board members are elected in the same manner the county commissioners are elected. We can have some language that we can come up with. The question I would have, though, is would you support this if the county commissioners bill passed, or only if the county commissioners bill passed?
I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, okay. And that's something the board, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but that's what the board would have to decide. Because I think that's what Delegate Patterson would ask. Well, are you opposing this idea altogether, or are you only opposing it if the county commissioners aren't doing it? So,
Ms. Abel?
Actually, for page 2, I really don't have a problem with this, as long as it's fair and equitable, like with the commissioners as well, is what Mr. Lucas stated. So I don't know, do you want to take a consensus on each page, or
I think it's worth the effort of doing each page because there's devil into the details, and I think because of the significance in the short time that we have to deal with it, that's the best approach, the safe approach.
So I'm asking, do you want a consensus from everybody on, if
Page.
everybody's done commenting on page 2? Do you want a
Yes.
consensus?
Yes.
I have a question on
Ms.
page
Brown?
2. Just for clarity, what would happen if someone wasn't going to run from a district and there wasn't a person running from that particular district?
That's a great election question. I'm not, I'm not aware that that's ever happened in any election in Maryland. I'm just trying to think of any election that there's always been somebody who's stepped up to run. And I imagine if nobody runs.
The political parties would definitely court someone to come forward.
I would imagine if the legal answer, I think, is imagine if there's a vacancy in a position, then it would be filled and whatever vacancy would apply. So if 6 of you were elected and 1 vacancy existed because nobody ran in that district, then the other 6 would then appoint somebody to serve in that 7th seat. I'd imagine that's how it would play out, but honestly, I don't think it's ever happened, and I'm not really quite sure. It's a great question.
With that question, perhaps what we could do is we can go through page by page, we can reach a consensus. If there are questions that we would like clarification, we could write these questions down and give that to Delegate Patterson for consideration. I think as long as the lines of communications is open and obviously she's receptive, it doesn't hurt to ask the question. And I would say maybe that's a question that we would like an answer on from her perspective. Is that the consensus? Is that okay with the board? What Mr. Hancock is just asking for clarification, or Ms. Brown, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ms. Brown is just asking a question for clarification. Is that the consensus?
So just so I'm clear, we're gonna get a list at the end when we're done with this. Assuming we get done, we'll have a list of questions to pose back to Delegate Patterson.
That's what I'm suggesting.
I can certainly put that list together. I will say that question, though, goes beyond this bill. I mean, if only 6 people ran for the Board of Education for 7 seats, it'd be the same issue. I'm not really quite sure how that would play out, but it really wouldn't affect this particular bill.
I'm just saying, if there's any question that we would like to push forward.
So then after that, then is the expectation that we're still going to have to come back on Monday? Well, I mean, why are we doing that then? I mean, if we're not going to take a position and we're going to have to wait for responses to her, then we can't.
What I would suggest that we do, if we have a position on this bill, support with amendments, for example, or still opposed, but if it's support with amendments, and here are the amendments we support, and here's the ones we don't support. So Delegate Patterson, if you take these things out, we would support it fully. That document, that letter, that information we can send to Delegate Patterson and our delegation could clarify questions we still have or open questions, and we can still do that in our testimony, so to speak, or in our document we give back to the delegation.
Okay.
And I was just going to say, I don't know if Delegate Patterson is the right person to ask about the question that Ms. Brown had. It's probably for the election
board, maybe.
Mr. Hancock?
Just my 2 cents worth. The fact that we've already gotten this today, if we wait till Monday, it might be too late.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a coincidence that we got this right now.
Okay. Ms. McGraw?
Well, just like to comment that I like the fact, if I have to like something, I like the fact that, I could live with 1 member coming from each district, but especially the fact that there will be 3 members at large, where opposed to the way it was proposed earlier was just 1 member at large. So.
And one thing I didn't say is the 1 member at large in the original bill would be the chairman by definition, by law. So that's taken out. So the chairman would still be elected by the rest of the board. I did not mention that earlier. That's one of her amendments as well.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Mr. Lucas?
So on that point, Senator Ellis's bill called for 2 representatives from each of the 4 commissioner districts.
So Senate Bill 749 is word for word 1060 as filed. And in the hearing, Senator Ellis did discuss that question, that issue, because I think one of the individuals who testified said, instead of having one person from each commissioner district, why don't we have 2? And I think Senator Ellis seemed to agree to that, but that's unofficial. We haven't seen anything from him in writing. And if he puts that in an amendment, and that's different than what Delegate Patterson's putting forward, and the Senate and House pass different versions, then they would have to somehow get together and figure out which version they would go with. That's one thing we could put in our testimony, which is going to Delegate Patterson and Senator Ellis and our delegation to say, here's what we would support. And if we support how Delegate Patterson's laying it out in her amended version, 4 commissioner district elected members and 3 at large, then that's what we would say to Ellis as well. And we would not say that we would support 2 members from each delegation, each commissioner district.
Sure. Well, one of the arguments that one of the other House members gave when Delegate Patterson spoke was that in some sense you could defeat the purpose of having a diverse group on a board because there's the potential that you could have 4 people from the same district in a group of 7, if the 3 at large. So that's why I bring up the fact that if you had 2 from the 4 current commissioner districts, that would not happen. So I say that for the board to consider. I don't know what the right answer is, but I think that's something to think about if they're really looking to have people from all over the county. The 1 + 3 might not be the best way to do that.
Ms. Abel?
It's no different than having 7 at large. I mean, you could potentially get all 7 people from one district as well.
There was never 7 at large. The original submission was 6 new.
No, I mean 7 at large now.
Oh, well, obviously, from our delegation, there's an issue with the way things are done now. So if they're trying to correct that, this doesn't,
doesn't solve the problem.
that doesn't seem to solve the problem that they perceive exists.
So we have this in front of us for right now, so we need to, I think, focus in on this.
Yeah.
And take a consensus, I think we're done with page 2.
Are we ready to move on from page 2?
Yes. Take a consensus.
By a show of hands, who's in favor of page 2? Everyone is in favor of page 2. Page 3.
Page 3 again lays out the qualifications, how individuals will forfeit the office if they don't still qualify, and then changing the seating from the 3rd Monday to the 1st Monday in December.
Ms. Abel?
Yes, I just have 2 questions. For counties that currently have commissioners elected by district, is the residing in that district clause typical? Is that?
I would think so.
If someone moves midterm to another district, I mean,
I do not know the answer. I can look it up. But I don't know the answer to that. But it seems like that's how the law would be worded. You still have to live in the district where you are being voted from. Same thing if you move from Charles County to Prince George's, you no longer live in Charles, you shouldn't serve on the board. So I would imagine it's the same. That's a common thing around the state, but I can look that up.
Okay. That was my only concern on this piece.
Ms. McGraw?
Mr. Schwartz, do you know if this proposal for line 30, if they're proposing to have everybody sworn in on the 1st Monday of the month, does that coincide with county commissioner swearing-ins?
I do not know. I'm not sure if Katie's in the room. She might know that. I don't know the answer to that.
I was just wondering why are they proposing to move it from the 3rd to the 1st? What's the rationale for that? You don't have any?
I don't know, it would then put it before the first board meeting in December, so that's the only thing I could think of. It's not a delay, but I don't know any other real reason why they would change that.
So that would mean elections for board members would have to be in December instead of January.
For the chairman, you mean?
Yes.
I don't think they changed, I think the law says still that the chairman would be elected in January.
Well, suppose the chairman doesn't get reelected.
And there'd be vacancy in the chairman, so the vice chairman would step up, and if the vice chairman is not elected either, then there's no chairman at that meeting. It's a good point.
Ms. Abel?
Couldn't we still do the overlap like we do now, where the old board members stay through December?
The way this is worded, the new board members will be seated first Monday in December, so. But with staggered elections, it wouldn't be a chance for all 7 to be leaving at the same time after the first election, but nonetheless.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Mr. Lucas, I'm sorry.
Can we just ask ask Delegate Patterson the reason for that? In when we send our questions?
Yeah.
Perhaps there's something that we're not aware of.
And that's, the hope is she'll consider it and give some clarification.
Yeah, I would be more comfortable moving it till after that December board meeting, like it was at the 3rd, but if it has to be, then I'm fine with this page.
So are we ready to move on from page 3? Can I get any other questions on page 3? If not, by show of hand, all those in favor, raise your hand. So there is a consensus on page 3?
With a question.
Huh? With a question? Page 4?
So again, page 4 sets up the staggered terms and the 2-term limit, and would still then allow the board to fill its own vacancies, which is what current law is.
Ms. McGraw?
I would just like to comment and say that I think that this makes a lot of sense, because to have, it's quite possible that you could have a board totally not reelected. It's just to have the members coming in at staggered times is healthy for a board, I think, for overlap and continuity, history, the whole thing.
It's the way it used to be.
What happened?
It was changed in 2002, I believe.
Maybe a little earlier than that. I've been here since 2001. I think it might have been in the late 90s. It might have been changed, but that staggered term provision matches what every other board in the state has. I mean, we're the only board, I think, right now that has no staggered terms. I think Somerset used to be not staggered, but I think now they are. I can't recall.
I think one of the reasons was that there was a belief that someone shouldn't run for a different office while still serving on the Board of Education.
Okay, thank you for the history.
I think that was when Ms. Patterson was on the Board of Education.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions on page 4 or concerns? If not, by a show of hands for page 4, is there a consensus?
No. Fill that vacancy.
Consensus on page 4. Page 5.
So again, page 5 at the bottom, dealing with the student member is really the issue at hand. Current law is the student member can't vote. The original bill was the student member would have full voting rights, and now Delegate Patterson is suggesting some changes to limit those rights. 1 through 7 is her suggested limitation.
So, Mr. Schwartz, for simplicity's sake, essentially, under this proposal, what can, for the public, so that the public understands, what can the student board member vote on, so that they have a clear understanding of what policy?
So if this law were to pass, this bill were to pass, allowing the student to vote except for these 7 things, the student could vote on everything else, and that includes policy, it includes curriculum, includes resolutions that the board considers, any student-related matters, certainly any reports that the board is given, the student can vote to accept those reports. It's pretty wide-reaching. These 7 things would be the things that he could or she could not vote on. But other than that, I can't speak for Mr. Hurd, obviously, but Mr. Hurd has been saying all along he wants a student voice on matters that relate to students. And although everything technically could relate to students, I think he would still, if he were given the right to vote with these exceptions, would be able to vote on the matters that relate to students.
Questions? Concerns? Are we ready for a consensus vote? All in favor? Raise your hand. Page 6.
Page 6 in the middle, or above the line, talks about how the staggered election would occur, how the staggering would occur, and who would be elected and when to get the staggering going. The part at the bottom, of course, is not part of the original bill or what Delegate Patterson had proposed.
Mr. Lucas, I'm sorry.
They were first. Go ahead.
I was looking at the document. Go ahead.
Can you please explain again what item 2 at the bottom is?
I'm sorry, say that.
Can you please explain again what item 2 at the bottom of the page means, the additional amendments to consider?
If an issue comes up that might be related to the budget, for example, and the student is not allowed to vote on the budget, but it's not quite clear, it's not the budget, it could be a budget-related matter, and there's an issue about whether he or she could vote, it's be up to the rest of the board to determine whether the student should be given the right to vote on that particular matter. And the reason why that's important, again, is because it's happened in several other school systems where that very issue has come up, and there was a debate, argument, discussion about whether the board was violating the law by saying the student couldn't vote on it automatically, or by asking, say, the superintendent or council to say, well, can you figure out what this means? That's really hard, obviously, for staff to do. It's a board issue. And so this would give you, the rest of the board, the authority to say, yeah, this falls under the exception or it does not, and he should be able to vote.
Okay, thank you.
Gives us flexibility.
And I will say, just as a follow-up to that, in one county where this provision was not in law and that very issue came up, they turned to board counsel to decide, and board counsel did decide whether he thought the law allowed the student to vote. And that matter was brought to the attention of the Attorney General, who sent a letter to the board saying that's not allowed. You got to let the student vote unless it's expressly excluded. And this would then clarify that it wouldn't be up to council or the superintendent or any other. It'd be up to the rest of the board to say this falls under that exclusion.
Anybody else? Mrs. Battle-Lockhart.
Mr. Schwartz, do you mind explaining to me how the stagger, how it would work since all of us will be kind of coming out of the seats? So, like, can you kind of clarify that?
In the 2022 election, all 7 of you would be up for election. Those running from the county commissioner districts, the 4 of you running from that district would receive a 4-year term upon election. And the 3 members who are running at large at the 2022 election would get 2-year term. After those 2 years, they would be elected for a 4-year term, so then you'd have the staggering moving forward. So it's still a 4-year term, except for that initial 2-year term for county at large members, just to get the staggering going.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate it.
I have a question, Mr. Schwartz.
Yes.
We take a oath of office if voting rights is granted to the student. What kind of oath or allegiance can be demanded if he doesn't take an oath of office?
Well, I imagine he would take the same oath of office if he's a member of the board.
He would?
He would be.
He does take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. He does take an oath of office.
He's here.
I forgot that he
He's
did.
here, but I'm just saying, we do it in a very public process because
He does too.
Yeah, well, But
Yes,
I'm-
at the board meeting in,
Okay.
so the June board
I'm
meeting.
just
June board meeting.
clarifying, I mean, this is a lot to,
Yeah.
so, okay, I just want to make sure that with this voting entitlement, that there is an allegiance to the school board, that needs to be understood. Dr. Hill?
So, Mr. Schwartz, page 6, line 1, talks about what the board members have already talked about regarding electing their chair and vice chair, and it still calls for second Tuesday in January, which if they're seated the first Monday in December, there would be a board meeting with no chair and vice chair. So that would somehow need to be resolved.
And what we can suggest to Delegate Patterson is, if the board would like, is changing that very top, instead of saying the second Tuesday in January, to say the second Tuesday in December, and that way the December becomes the annual meeting, and that first meeting after the election, you're saying, oh, okay.
I would rather move the December back to the third Monday.
Okay.
Is that the,
Like inauguration of a, yeah.
yeah, is that
Like that.
the consensus of the board, or is that some suggestion that we want to take?
Yes, that's my suggestion.
I think, yeah, I thought before we had said we wanted to ask her the question of why she wanted to move. But
And
I,
if that's our only point of contention with this.
Right, understood.
Well, we have some additional amendments to consider.
Well, I'm in agreement of page 6, including Eric's amendments.
I am too.
Any other discussion, or we'll take a consensus of page 6, raise of hand?
And just for clarification, so in our letter to the delegation, we're going to ask that first Monday in December be changed back to third Monday in December. And with that change and the changes on page 7, that we would be in favor of the bill as Delegate Patterson is now proposing. So we would change our position from opposed to support with amendments.
Yes.
you said page 7, I'm sorry.
Oh, page 6, thank you, page 6.
We need a vote.
Do we need
for that?
Mr. Lucas?
Just one more clarification, please. On page 2, what was our position regarding line 14 and 15? And you know,
3 members?
no, it says 14, 15 be elected by the voters of that district, of that county commissioner district. So we discussed why is the Board of Education being elected differently than the commissioners? And so I think we left it in that we were asking for the rationale, and I asked if somehow this could be consistent with how the commissioners are elected, and Mr. Schwartz mentioned the other bill that he thought was going to pass, but there was no assurance that it was going to pass.
It's passed the House, so Delegate Patterson's already voted, I mean, I'm sure she voted for, I think it was, I can't speak for her, I think she voted for that bill because it did pass rather strongly. So she would come back and say, well, I already made that change in the commissioners, we're making the commissioners already changed. So I'm not sure, are we suggesting language change or just saying we need clarification?
I just think that the Board of Education should be elected in the same fashion as the county commissioners. And I want, that's my personal opinion. If it's a board opinion, we need to make sure that language is conveyed to Ms. Patterson.
Mr. Schwartz, the bill involving the county commissioners, I'm actually pleasantly surprised to hear that it's passed the House. I didn't think it would. Is it possible that this bill was drafted, our House Bill 1060, drafted because of that bill? I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
I would say sort of maybe no, yes. Because House Bill 655, if I can recall, was amended to add the Montgomery County Board of Education to that, which was not elected in that manner and now would be. But the reason why it didn't include the Board of Education of Charles County is because of this bill, because it was already going to be done in a separate bill. So in a sense, if this bill were to die, I could imagine that House Bill 655 in the Senate might be amended to then add the Board of Education into that, because they were trying to do this around the state for all the elections, not just a few here or there. I mean, this is a movement through the state, not just dealing with our board.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I don't know which came first, in other words, but I think, yeah.
I do agree with Mr. Lucas. If it's the old saying, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, certainly applies here. Whether, for me, it could even be a note attached with the amendments that we also support at district voting on the commissioner level, because it's fair, as it is fair with us. But however the board wishes to word it is fine with me. Thank you.
And it's consistent. Mr. Lucas?
I will read. House Bill 655 had its first reading in the Senate. Maybe you just said that in so many words.
House Bill, oh, it just had it, right, correct. It's in the Senate now, correct.
So, and it says requiring an election of a county commissioner or members of certain county boards of education to represent a specific district to be decided by a plurality of votes cast within that district.
So that would cover everything.
So it says certain count value.
Those are listed in the bill. If you scroll down, it talks about county by county, which counties are covered. So the description is just a general description of what it does, but if you go through the bill itself, it'll tell you which counties are covered.
Are we covered in that?
The Board of Education is not, because we'd be covered by this bill, but Charles County Commissioners are covered by that bill.
Okay.
And I think the Board of Education of Montgomery County was added, and there might be a couple other boards of ed that were added as well. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because I go right to the Charles County piece. I don't look at all the others.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you.
So we've gotten a consensus on all 6 pages. There is some amendments or something that anybody wanted to?
The letter with our questions and concerns.
Well, the only clarification is Mr. Lucas and Mr. Hancock agreed on language asking, but I hadn't heard that there was consensus to do that.
Okay.
Consensus.
Is there a consensus?
On
the language we're
What we
talking.
just talked about,
But
going through the bill?
on the questions you're talking about, Ms. Abel?
Well, there's
This would be a letter that's going, addressed to Delegate Patterson, but going to the whole delegation. So Senator Ellis would get this letter as well, as far as the way it'd be presented. Would it be Delegate Patterson dealing with her amended bill that we're now supporting with her amendments, plus a couple other things we're suggesting, and then a couple questions we can ask. And one of the questions is open, is whether we're going to ask about matching the commissioner districts or not. The commissioner elections, I should say.
Mr. Schwartz was asking, do we have consensus to ask about matching commissioner
Yes.
with Board of
That's what I-
Education? So that's,
Yes.
Yes, no, yeah, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
okay.
But do we need,
Go ahead, Ms.
Yeah.
McGraw.
do we need to vote that we support this with?
So if you want to take a final vote, that we are now supporting with amendments, as we've already discussed thoroughly, because our position currently is opposed, and now we're changing that.
Right. So before I call for the vote, I just want to make a statement. I'm just going to make a statement for discussion. This does not mean, I'm just speaking personally in trying to get a consensus from the board, that we endorse this in terms of we still want a public process.
Right.
And I think that needs to be clear, because by supporting this with amendments, we're now participating. So I think, and Mr. Schwartz, you're the attorney, is there a way to say, given the circumstance, if you're asking our opinions, but we're not representing all of Charles County on the way that this has changed. I know that's a fine line, but I just don't want the public to think that we're backing off of public process, because there was no public process.
Yeah,
But we're acknowledging that this bill is going to go forward, or likely to go forward, without a public process, and it's clear that it needs to be, weighed in on. That's all that I'm saying. Mr. Lucas?
So I have a comment to what you just said, but I have another comment. Let me just address what you just said. The whole point about public process, I mean, I think that's certainly, I'm in agreement that this whole thing could have been handled a little better, but, what we're doing now is part of the public process. Now, I believe I can think of examples that passed in Annapolis that never went through the commissioners, possibly even ones that never went through the Board of Education that affected the Board of Education that we approve of. This one obviously hits home a little more, but I do agree with you. We need, the collective we, all the elected officials need to have a formal process so everyone has eyes on what's happening earlier. So I'll agree with you in that. If I could, I looked up Bill 655. Typos are typos. So in that bill, it does mention in the beginning of the bill, by appealing and renacting with amendments the public laws of Charles County. And it actually starts with Calvert, then Charles, and then Garrett, and then St. Mary's. But it seems to mention in the specifics, it says Cecil County and not Charles County. I'm just wondering if that was a typo. Or Cecil, I mean, I don't expect you to know everything about this bill.
I know that several pages in, if you scroll down several pages in, you'll get to the Charles County provision, which is rather short, but it does make the commissioners serve and elected from their own district.
I apologize. There you are. These certainly aren't organized in a very methodical manner. Okay. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Schwartz.
Do we need a vote from the board now?
So for clarification, what do you need the vote on to proceed?
The vote that we're looking for now is we're supporting House Bill 1060 and Senate Bill 749 with the amendments as we've discussed tonight. And I can put those in a letter to the delegation.
Okay.
So moved.
Seconded. Moved by Mr. Lucas, second by Mrs. McGraw. Any further discussion? I'm still going to say public process. I just want the citizens out there that we're an advocate for their participation in a change of this significance, but
Can we add it to our letter?
I will. And we've already addressed that to the delegation pretty clearly in our opposition letter, and I want to re-stress it again.
yeah, thank you, Ms. Abel. That's all that I'm saying. I'm just not comfortable, and I feel as though that the integrity of the process has been violated. And here we are, March the 9th, making amendments because we're afraid of losing more. And so we're being the great public servants, we're trying to do the very best to protect our board, but it's come with, these consequences. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to agree with you on that. When I will vote to support this, and I use air quotes, because I don't support it. I don't support the process. But as I stated earlier, we are given an opportunity to make it a little less painful, and a few things I think we are going to be able to make some changes that I do believe the public would prefer over what was first proposed. I do agree with expressing in the letter that we would like to see more public process because there wasn't any, and the whole thing was handled very poorly. So I certainly don't endorse this. I will simply vote for it because it's the lesser of two evils, in my opinion.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. And I would also say very clearly that the rationale or the reason for the proposal of the board is because of a lack of representation. And I most certainly don't believe that's the case, or nor is the reason why I would support this bill. I think that statement is, and Mr. Schwartz, God bless you. I mean, don't mean to. It's not directed at you, but so that the public understands that the rationale that was first presented to the public was in subcommittee work, and very misleading, I will say at a minimum. And we're not changing it because we believe that there is a problem with representation. Because I will say to the public, we represent all students in Charles County Public Schools regardless of where we live, regardless. And we're here to support our students 100%. So I just want with that comment as well. Hearing Ms. Brown?
I have to say this. I will go along with the will of the board, but I still have the feeling that I'm selling out the public. So I just want you to know, I don't support not involving the public in this process, but I will go along with the will of the board. I feel like I'm doing damage control.
Anybody else? All right,
Do we need a motion?
a motion has been moved and second. All in favor, raise your hand. There is a motion passes. And affirmation, I'm just saying it publicly so that Mrs. Stutterfield will know that the student affirmed. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you.
So,
No work session on the 15th.
so no work session on
March 15th.
March 15th? Is that the consensus? That's the consensus?
I don't think we need
We
one.
don't need it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
If something comes up, we still have our March 22nd tentative.
Yeah.
Right, I'm just checking the box. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me Monday back.
Yeah, me too. That wears out.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I will read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. We had 11 people signed up. Currently, we only have one person who's here. So I'll call on that person, and we're thinking other people might be out front of the building. We're looking for them. But I will call Nicole Kramer. We don't have a timer, but I'll give you a time.
Okay. Our practice is to stay at 3 minutes, so. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Hill. My name is Nicole Kramer. I'm a parent of a student two students in the school system that attend both elementary and high school. I come here this evening to express my disappointment and frustration with the handling of the celebrations or lack thereof for the graduating class of 2021. The class of 2021 has completely had their entire senior year obliterated and erased from the calendar as if it did not even exist. Many have expressed their sincere frustration regarding the letdown that was to be their best year yet. Senior year is a time for not only celebrating the momentous achievement of completing the most important feat of their life thus far, but is also a time for reveling in all they have experienced and learned, how much they have grown, and the dawning of a newfound hope of what their next chapter holds. Except for one survey sent to parents at the beginning of the 2021 school year, we have received very little to no communication regarding the planning of any events related to celebrating the class of 2021. While we were provided with a few tentative dates for potential celebratory events, such as prom, senior picnic, and graduation, we received nothing else that would indicate that an actual effort to conduct these events has been taking place. But we did receive several emails asking for senior dues. Here we are, less than 1 month from the first anticipated prom date and less than 3 months from anticipated graduation. I personally inquired with the North Point vice principal, that's where my oldest daughter attends, and I posed very specific questions, but The only response that I received was little more than an apologetic, "We don't know." At this point in the school year, having had a year to plan for this response is unacceptable. While we all understand that we're in uncharted territory, unlike with the class of 2020, the school system has had a year to research, develop options, and plan for non-traditional, socially distanced celebrations that are consistent with the current public health guidance. The school administration have responded that the ownership of the planning and execution of senior class events lies solely upon the board. To date, the schools have stated that they have received no such communication, direction, or instructions on how to move forward with this monumental time in our children's and students' lives. These kids have already missed out on so many things, such as senior breakfast, homecoming, sports nights, athletic seasons that may have led to post-secondary scholarships, in addition to any events that would typically take place during this year. I want to express my frustration and that of my graduating senior on how little effort there has been to honor these students. Particularly in this difficult time, as all of us have endured this pandemic for a full year now, it is ever so important that the senior class be given some resemblance of a proper end to what should be a most memorable year. We are all sympathetic to the number of pressing concerns that are before the board and school system at large, but I urge you to put yourselves in the shoes of the graduating class of 2021. Put yourselves in the shoes of the parents of the graduating class of 2021. Try to imagine how something you've looked forward to for your entire life has almost completely been shattered. High school senior year and graduation. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. I was just going to say that I'll just close in saying that we, now that the governor has lifted capacity restrictions in Maryland, this broadens the possibilities. And if our neighboring counties have figured out a way to do this properly, then the students of Charles County deserve no less. Thank you for your time.
And that was our only speaker. Thank you.
Agenda is action items, and the first thing that we need to do is approval of minutes. I need a motion to accept the February 9th board meeting.
So moved?
Second.
Lucas moves, Brown seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, student affirms. I need a motion to approve the February 22nd work session.
So moved.
Moved by Abel, second by McGraw. All in favor? Show of hands. All approved, student affirms. Next, I need the November 10th executive session 2020. November 10th, 2020, executive session minutes. I need a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel, second by Mr. Hancock. All in favor? All in favor? December 8th, 2020, virtual.
I move.
Executive session minutes.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brown, second by Mr. Hancock. All in favor? These are executive sessions. January 12th, 2021, virtual executive session minutes.
Move to accept.
Second.
Mr. Lucas moves, Ms. Abel seconds. All in favor? All in favor? January 25th, 2021, virtual executive session minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Hancock, second by Ms. McGraw. All in favor? Okay. Personnel.
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Wilson, we still have the February 9th executive session minutes.
We proved that.
Did we do that one? We just did the regular board meeting.
Yeah, February 9th, correct. February 9th, executive session?
Mm-hmm.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Hancock. All in favor? Motion carries.
Now the February 22nd.
We got that one.
We got that one.
Got that one, okay.
Yep. Okay. Personnel.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Abel, second by Ms. McGraw. All in favor? Motion's carries.
So moved.
Adjournment is moved by Ms., a motion to adjourn is a motion by Ms. Abel.
Second.
Ms. McGraw, second. All in favor? And student opinion, student affirms. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you very much.